Hello. Sorry, I'm a little late. Alright, so. Let's run away again. Okay. Well, at least let's start opening up the software. So open up the Krita here in the background, and then video itself. I'm gonna have to go run downstairs and pick up my notebook because I have the wrong notebook with me. because I spent last night, as I said I would, looking into the wondrous magics of graph node theory. And yeah, figured out that, yes, I'm in fact solving a very much a solved problem here. I don't know if I found the best solution, but at least I do believe I come up with a solution we can then change if necessary to simulate how usual graph node traversal and other things. In fact, let's do it this way. If I look at you, and I can move you there. I'll move you there, actually, that'll be fine. Well, hello there, Reaper. How you doing? We're gonna buy a Hanno flavored coffee. You can't, splish it, Boshi. No Hanno bath coffee on sale yet. Keyword yet. If there's enough interest, who knows? Maybe we can make it happen. I'll have a sauna stream and everything. If you all are into that. And now, I do this one. Then I push this one. It works. And then we zoom in and out. There we go. And I'm out of ads. Good, how you worked out. Hey, well done, Reap. I really should start working out. But it is easier said than done. And you came out of that, but the ad support is starting in like 140. God damn you, Twitch. Always lying to me. Like, no, people are not going to pre... Okay, but then again, you might have had an old ads. Because, yeah, there's the whole complexity I've noticed. How the ads work. But I'm glad to hear you're doing okay. And I'm doing good. Myself. And yes, the Hanno flavored coffee. Not on the market yet. Who knows? Maybe we can make Hanno bath water or bath coffee. Make it real. People always keep on talking about, hey, yo, hot tub stream when. I'm thinking, no, none of that. But I could do a sauna stream one day. I do have a sauna. And it does have a glass door. So you could have the camera on the outside. And just look. Have the chat visible there. And I can just talk with people that way. Is it a sensible idea? I doubt it, but it's just saying, in theory, it could be done. But, starting two sets in a row. I have abs for the first time in my life. That's cool. Hey! Well done, Reeve. That is always nice. Always challenge, well done. Hey there, Realia. Hashtag, was me saying coffee of Hanno. Well, what is this? What is this, streamer bot? They aren't great abs, but they are there. Well, that's the thing, man. Gotta start from somewhere. And well done. Yeah, the coffee of Hanno. That's something we could work on at some point. I hope Realia is doing well. And I'm looking at some cues, some actions. Just even a quick hello, I'm barely awake. Well, thank you for coming by and saying hi, Realia. I really do appreciate it. And as you can see, I'm looking at the streamer bot trying to figure out why that didn't work out. You know, this one is because every time you guys put something in the chat, I have a sound effect that only I hear. As you can see, that number keeps on going up because I want there to be a sound effect that would not be affecting, the stream too much. But then I can make use of to know that, oh, something's happening in the thing, in ads again. Well, while you're in ads, I'm going to take this quick little chance. It's weird because this is completed too. Ooh, 45-minute stream streak. Jesus Christ, there's this too. Well done, Realia. I've been meaning to add more stuff to the streamer bot, and I'm like on the every now and then remember to check to do in things like, first and so on. These counters. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm going to go get the notes book I forgot downstairs. Won't take too long. I've returned. What? And the ads are done. I also have to keep my routine. If I miss too many days, I break the habit. I know, Rip, that is the worst part about starting a new routine. It takes so much effort to remember to do it. But the good thing is, once you just get the effort done, it becomes easier. I do believe there's a clip from BoJack Horseman saying, like, it gets easier. But you just gotta keep on doing it every day. But it gets easier. Hope your stream goes well. Thank you, Aurelia. And I hope you have a wonderful, I do believe, evening you're in. And hope you get some good sleep. Take care of yourself. They added house decorations to World of Warcraft. Now I don't play it. Yeah, they got depressed and broke it, so I'm rebuilding. Yeah, and that's the thing, man. And that's the thing. You just get back on that horse eventually. It's okay if it breaks. You know, the world doesn't end. It's just, well, you have to then try again. That's the good thing about, you know, the life and all these things that are happening here. You can always do it again for most things, especially self-care. So what I went for was my notes. Can you guys actually see that? No, it's too bright. I ended up drawing and ended up doing some actual math to figure out, wait, is there an equation for figuring out the amount of links and nodes if I always build it in this way? And I figured out, yes, there is an equation of links equals n times n divided by 2 minus 0.5. And then I found a function for drawing equidistant points in a circle. And I realized that, yes, this is not only am I solving a problem that has been solved already with my node, it's something I've actually mucked about with, because I was thinking, like, I want a linked list, and we know building trees, and then I realized, well, these aren't trees, these are circles, but they're linked lists, so what I need to do is a depth first search to make sure we go in a certain order, and that's okay. Yeah, I'm gonna push you harder in the morning and before bed. Life's too short, to try to be healthy as I can. They're very true, and of course, and the more you try, the longer you live, or like the more likelihood you have of living a longer time with an able body and mind. Because that's the thing. Living for a long time is not always a good thing. If you depending on how many elderly people you know that many might end up a little decrepit. A good example for me already is just looking at my parents. My dad sits around all day, being a pensioner, reading news, and he's not that active. My mom has her farm, which she just keeps her busy. So she is in a remarkably good physical shape for her age. And you can see it in just, the energy and joy of life that's still in her compared to Daddy-O, good old Daddy-O. Love them both to bits, but they're a good example of taking care of your physical body can have a dramatic effect, especially later in life. And my mom having essentially run that farm for as long as I've lived, it has also meant that she has maintained these physical work routines all the time. So she hasn't really had to work out extra. She does nowadays. She actually works out extra and so on. Because, well, it's safer for her, older joints and all. But it's still a good example there. I want to see solar space travel in my life. Yeah? And I also need to eat better, but I'm on water. Water, just drinking more water is a remarkably efficient thing to do. And my great-grandmother had dementia. Thankfully, it never got super bad, but she did have her off days. That is very tragic. I'm lucky in that I don't have that. I don't have... Well, let's put it this way. There's not that much, should we say, what's the heart's main diseases in my family. There's some, but not enough to be like an obvious pattern. I never heard of dementia really being a problem. But then again, I was also genetically very unlikely to lose my hair, and here we go. So you can always roll poorly with them dice. Genetics is not exact. And then, of course, what does eventually drop us off more than anything in my family history is cancer. So that's something I need to be aware of and do what I can already early in life to just, make life choices that'll lower the risk. Now, of course, being overweight does not help. But that's why I should be trying to remembering to do at least like an annual 1 week long fast or something, because to help the body clean out damaged cells and all that shit. Wait a minute. I haven't noticed that one before. Can I do that? No. Why isn't that working? Sorry, everyone. There we go. That's better. That bit wasn't supposed to be there. Oh well. So, there we go. Now, back to business here. What means mind goes, it's horrible. Especially in someone who had always been super self-reliant. My dice is 5 out of 6 mental health disorders. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Then, of course, we have the depression and ADHD and all that, and all the other adjacent things, you know, autism spectrum, anxiety, all that good stuff. Remember your meds, kids. But how about we switch topics to something a little different? Both sides have it. That's rough. But the most important thing with that, I'd say, is being aware of it. Then you can try to, you know, hold off, learn, do what you can to, well, take it into account in your lifestyle choices, knowing how it might affect what's happening or isn't happening, and trying to make choices that'll hopefully help lower the risks in the future and so on. Okay, later, but how about that weather eye? No, it not like that, Reap. It's more like just I need to like try to get something done today as well. It's a whole 30 degrees here. I know how your life is all the time. Yeah, and we're like, I think we're below minus 10 Celsius right now, so that's nice. I think nice and crispy out there, nice and dry. So, let's see. What are our goals for today? Let's have a quick look see at the day before yesterday here. No, yesterday, I mean. We had load resource for a file. We got that done. Getters for a resource. I don't think we need that. Only load some things when needed. And then we started looking at how do we build those links. So, I'd say we got everything done there pretty much because the getters and loading is irrelevant at this point because we don't have enough stuff where that would matter. So instead, we can have a look-see here for their goals of 28th. Is we'll just call it vaguely redesign the circle logic. Add in college is adding graph theory and depth fist. No. First. Search. Traversal. Lump up out. Gotta do sit-ups and sleep, but I appreciate you, homie. Thanks for being such a joy to be. Hey, no worries, sleep. Always always joy to have you around. Always nice to lurk around in these streams, and always lovely to chat. Take care of yourself. I hope the sets go well, and I hope you get some good sleep. Rest is important. Sleep well, and remember to hydrate. Speaking of which, enjoy the badge mug. Bye, Evelyn. So what does redesigning the circle logic mean? We need the graph theory, depth versus traversal. We'll need array for begin nodes, subpoint, node need own class. Jesus. Well, easy. The array for links, and the links need own class, because then we can use the links being their own class, because essentially the link needs only two pieces of information at its core, which is to and from. So which two nodes are linked? The nodes themselves don't really care. They can just ask from the list of links, like, wait, what are my connections? And act accordingly. And then the link says, is the link where to and from determines direction. Is it open? Yes, no. And then we can add more detail. We were talking yesterday about if we then make the entire object like craftable. So then it would be, the link could also be then absorbing some of the waste heat, the waste magic as we've been talking about, which would then might cause it to overheat. Wow, sorry about that. It could even be affected by the grand total of what's going through there. But that is once the links are nodes done, those are again details we can add in later, because we just can build it in a way that is possible. So when we traverse the nodes, we'll kind of go through the link, so the link can react accordingly and maybe have a chance to make changes to the spell state, which also needs its own class. Because we're going to need to divide it into smaller parts. Like if it has two outputs, well, they both get a copy of the same spell state. And then it's an array of spell states, and then we'll be dealing with them sort of in order. Well, then every one that goes forward to have a link to it, because then once the entire thing is traversed, then we'll do a sort of final amalgamation of our current spell states and see what kind of interactions do we have. Like we were mentioning, like if we have one fire bolt and one like water bolt, and we at the end when we determine our attack, we look at those, we combine those back, and now we have a steam thing, or something like that. And that is for later on when we have actually interactions between the elements. Currently they'll just be joined back into the same array, which will now be carrying two separate damage values, which means we might have to add then more complexity to the damage handler, but that is fine. We'll deal with that when we get there. So depth first search, we go through the nodes, and then we have, well, I'll do it here for the UI, which is not the most important thing. For that math logic, here we had going, yeah, that kind of stuff. Yeah, cool. I think we have a plan here. And we have kind of a plan, and it kind of heckin' works. Okay, so now we save what we wrote down, we jump into here, and we are back on track in the game. Let us close all what we were working on yesterday. You can now have the circle resources, rune resources, and so on. So now if we look at the circles, we have the circle base. So now we remove all of that. Yeah. So this was shit we did to be able to have a test the container logic. So, okay. The base will always be the same. It'll have nodes, it'll have links. So these changes will be happening to the base circle class. And then we can make more, if they have various ways of functioning differently, we can then change those later on by making more, subclasses. Also means We don't care about the type. And you will turn into an export. And not any default values. Now I can remain as a string for now. It's more like placeholder address. Now we'll probably have them in the assets, and we'll load them as an actual image. It'll be fine. Sorry about that. Circle needs to have containers for rooms and able to progress through them in order. So the circle size rune containers, which is currently an array of the rune base, and no, that won't work. We'll have to make a new. So add it under circles, because I do believe I feel it is circle logic. So this would be then circle node, rune container. Oh, let's think about this. Will anything else have a rune container without it being a circle? I doubt it. So I'll call you a circle node. Where's the circle node? Oh, okay. The snake case for the code, I see. Circle node. We can change the name later if we need to. Now, circle node does not extend the node, it extends. Not resource handler, just resource actually. Class name. Circle node. Your piece of text. There we go. You're not that kind of function thing involved, so none of that. So, var contained rune of type rune base. If that's there, should only be able to contain runes, and all runes are based on the rune base. So, what else do we got? Sorry about that. Honestly, right now, I don't know. So you're gonna be like that. So then we'll have an array of circle node. Export. The circle size as well. I believe that is 3 as we, look at it currently. Now, does its existence mean it has already? No. Well, kind of theoretically maybe work, but it'll be not that important. So I call you node array var link array of type array circle link. Circles, create new script. Circle link. Resource. Class name. Circle link. None of that. What you need to contain is from, which is of type circle node, or to of type circle node var open, which is of type bool, and that would be enough to begin. And we remove those as well. And the spell state. Class underscore name spell state extends resource, or and again. Wow. Okay, that process done. Then I'm gonna get to the proper morning drink of a coffee. Gonna love it. Alright, now we're making these new classes for circle node, circle link. Now, of course, we could put these all in one file, but I'm not gonna. I do what I want. And most importantly, I like, a nice clean separation for what they're all doing. These are containing these circle classes pretty much. We might even change the name there from circle classes. And then we'll have resource classes, rune classes. Yeah, probably might end up doing something like that eventually. Right. Okay, so now we have spell state resource. What exactly does a spell state have? It'll have the attack state. We do for attack state, which is made of an attack base, is var power of an elemental power, and a war for waster, no, which waste, also made of elemental power. Now, elemental power apparently needs to be renamed, and that'll break everything. So if we save, we go to place in files. Elemental power. Elemental power. Well, hello there, Captain. Hope you're doing well on the YouTube side. Nice seeing you. So circle pace and spell state. Doing all right. Decided to catch you on the YouTube instead of Twitch tonight. Well, thank you, Keto. I appreciate it. Glad to hear you're doing well. Now, where there are free to fract have I... Now, those are the proper resources. So this shit should now. External class member damage. Ooh. Well, thank you, Claymore Dev, for that follow. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful day, my friend. Trying to figure out like why everything got so angry at me. Let's just try to reload the current project. Because I wanted to change the name of class. So we do find and replace. And the project isn't even that big at this point. Attack base class extends. There we go. Here we go. There we go. Now elemental power is named properly because now on the what's that camel case to be used for class names. There we go. So back to what we're actually working on. So I'm gonna just again do a close all. We're making changes here. This one is broken because we're now creating a new base for the circle link, the circle node, and then the spell state. Currently we're just throwing in some variables so we can kind of work on it. Now the circle base itself, because we are building a magic rune circle system, right? So yeah, I was pointed out yesterday, I was trying to solve a solved problem known as graph theory. So I looked into that last night, found some math, found some functions, figured out my own little equation. Super simplistic one, but it kind of works, so it's fine. Doesn't matter much, but... So now we need to have an array of nodes and an array of links. So in here we're calling it simply node array, link array for now. I might want to change those so they're more, fitting with the theme, but, it's fine. The spell state has so far been a dictionary with an attack waste, raw power, these three, but we want to be able to... Yeah, we can't have a final attack just be at the attack base. Okay, no, that would be fine actually. What we need is another array here. So var for spell state. Yeah, I was thinking like, oh, I should just call it like spell array. Like, no. Spell state array which contains spell states. Because the idea is because now we're traversing a graph, and there might be more than one link from one node. And what happens when we do then? What happens when we do then? And what do we do when that happens? The answer is we split our spell in half. Half the 50% of power goes that way, 50% that way. And it might be that because if we use this logic, we can then change that ratio. We can have a 20-30, 80-20 spread. Allow for effects like that to happen in the game. Because I realized as we're drawing this, I was wondering, well, we can make interesting things because if we large enough spell array, we can have like two ongoing loops that are still being fed by the power source. And I was wondering like, okay, cool. Then you have the thing just loops, so it never really finish it. But what kind of spell would that be? And then I realized, well, that's how you make your fucking shield spells, right? Or anything with an ongoing effect rather than a burst, like an attack is a thing. Blam. But an ongoing effect must, of course, continuously spin. We're getting there. I'm really happy that this project is advancing in this sort of strange way it is, because I'm discovering it with you guys in a way, and I'm happy because what this means is that my original idea is sound, because the logic we're building is enabling the things I hope to have in the game to now just naturally sort of arise from the logic we're building. It feels good, man, as they say. So, if we do that, we can just remove this entire thing. What? So we don't actually redo those. Actually, you might want to, in the name of being sensible, just comment that shit out. In fact, I've already deleted some things that I probably shouldn't have, because I'm paranoid mad, and I know that in my vigor and enthusiasm to break shit in the past, I have found myself, like to redesign things, and I build something that doesn't actually work, and then I can never really get back to the efficiency we used to have, because I deleted it, and now, yeah. So it's better to like just comment it out, and we'll remove it when we know for a fact I don't have to refer back to it. So it's already broken, but it'll be fine. Okay, so export variables. The circle name, because the idea is so this is just a class, and we're using this to create the actual resources, like we're doing for the runes themselves. I want these to be like objects in the game when you acquire, or at least like a blueprint, and then we create the resource itself for the player. So, and also as a resource itself, because then it'll have its own like graphical representation and so on, because we need them to be in a crafting menu for the player to be able to like put the runes in and out, and maybe build the entire array out of more conductive materials and so on. We'll figure it out when we get there. Because you might even then have, because right now I'm only concerning myself with the nodes and the links. But what about the substrate, the sort of like rune circle is carved on? I mean, that should also affect things, right? We'll get there. Now, next one, the final attack, just so that we know we don't have to do the full math of the circle every time it's used. We just, when in game we do an attack, we can just refer to the final attack. Now we have a node array, a link array, and a spell state array, and a circle size, which we are now also doing an export, so we can then create these things completely in the Spectre. I barely know it. So, well, one thing I have drawn here, so I'm just going to put it in a code already. Good old pen and paper. That one there. So, this is a not important at this point kind of function, but it's bugging me that it exists in paper, not in proper code. So, sorry. We'll call this one. Sure. Set circle points. Now what we need, so what this will do is determine the locations of the nodes on a graphical user interface to place them on a circle with a radius and equidistant from each other. So what we'll need is the center point as a vector 2. We'll need our radius in question for the for the circle, which should be a float, and we'll need the should we just go like number of points or amount of points? Point amount. Sometimes it feels funny that this is one of those things that really like slows me down in my coding. It's like, what do I name these things? And we're outputting an array of, well, vector 2s. There. Excessive clarity is always my preferred way of doing things. Well, hello there, 55 streaks. Holy butt nuggets. Well done, my man. Good morning, Hanu. Sorry I have lurked today as well. Hey, no need to apologize. I appreciate all the lurkers. And especially for us Europeans who are like vaguely in the same time zone. I'm doing this during the office hours, so it's completely understandable. And I very much appreciate the lurk. Thank you, my friend, and I hope you have a wonderful day and things turn out well, no matter what you're up to. So we'll have this one. Then we'll have the variable of another. Yeah, we can go with the points. It will be an array of, you guessed it, it'll be vector 2 equal. And we'll start out as an empty array. And we need it. Oh, right. So for index in and range with point underscore amount. Jump here, clickety clack in the range here. Just double checking if I understood correctly how it works. So range returns an array with a given range. Range can be called in 3 ways. Range in int starts from 0, increases by steps of 1, and stops before n. Holy shit. Okay, this is a very handy one. Because again, keep on saying this, and I will keep on saying this. My logic is so driven by the first language I learned, which was just basic C. So this is, oh cool, a while loop. Neat. Because that one did not have for loops, it had just good old while loops, and then the actual for loops for my first encounter with those was in C++. And now here we're just doing like good old style, like for monkey in something, like, it's so much in like human-like language, it feels weird. But it works. In is a magical word. Oh, this is handy, because then we can get a range. Because if I have a maximum number, this is actually pretty freaking fantastic. Are you winning, son? Well, hello there, puppy. How are you? Hope you're having a wonderful morning. And yes, in a way I am, because we're going to redesign our magical circle. I discovered the range. Starts from B. Ooh, before. And okay, nice. We discovered the array, so we can go from 0 to. So we have a range of 3. We get to 0, 1, 2. It is wonderful. So I like that this function exists. So what we're doing is redesigning our circle base, because I spent last night looking into node graph theory and realizing I actually know some of this. I had just forgotten about it, and we're going to have to rebuild depth first search to work with our logic. So now we're making the bomb of Hanu. Ooh, and yeah, you've been playing Outer Wilds, and I'm mildly slightly annoyed. I'm configuring my Terraria 1.4.5.0 server. Well, puppy. This very morning, I happened to be watching Rule Storage playing Terraria, and I had like the sudden flashback that I have not played Terraria in, I want to say 8 or 9 years. Because that's when I got to Terraria. I played through Terraria. I had fun with Terraria, and then I left it there. And he was saying like, oh, after 15 years, here there's their brand new freaking final update again. And I realized that game has changed so much. I need to play through Terraria. So if you're making a multiplayer server for Terraria, I might be, can I come in? Can I come muck about? I build stupid shit. Just be aware of that, but could be fun. I just can't watch Rule. He's so confidently wrong all the time. Oh! I didn't know. But then again, I haven't really reacted. I just see him watching, playing games and, having fun. I'm like, oh, cool. These games look neat. I will admit, he's Raw's a good streamer, doing well. Does good stuff. But doesn't really pull me in that much, but he plays really interesting games every now and then, so I'm watching more of the gameplay than his commentary, I guess. But yeah, reminded me that the kind of Terraria exists, and I was thinking like, man, I wanna play Terraria. And I wanna play all the games. Which also I realized that I need to now just actually own up and do the thing and add game of the day to just be what we're playing and make the voting system function. I'm working on and adding it into Discord, so we'll have a proper, I'm gonna figure out how forums work for suggestions and things. And they make a list of games I have installed and I'm willing to install currently, but I might have to uninstall something else. Yeah, I like the games he plays, but other people play them, and I don't hit you with the I have a background in X and then talk nonsense. Oh! Well, that is very true. I will agree. Yes, I understand what you're saying, because I don't have the similar background, so that doesn't hit me that much. But see, I have the very exact same problem as you might have noticed when I play games with crafting things, because I then have a background in goldsmithing, so I know about jewelry, I know about gems, I know about noble metals, and I then have a blacksmithing, welding, machining, so metalworking. So it is also, I find it very annoying and stressful when, games and such are very confidently explaining how something works when it absolutely doesn't work that way. Or when things are set in tiers of strength or power. I'm like, but those two are the same thing. Those are two words for the same thing. There's iron and steel, and technically at that time of the history this would be happening. Those are the same thing. You should be talking about low carbon, high carbon steel, Because iron, the pure element, is never used as a thing. All iron always has carbon in it, so it's all technically steel, but it's just how high or low is your steel carbon content. Again. And even then, I always try to then also emphasize I know very little about any of this in the end. I have enough of I know enough to know that there's much I don't know, but I do know enough to be able to get annoyed at things. Just like I'm very annoyed at the popularity of diamonds, because diamonds are boring and relatively common because it's just carbon. They're not an interesting rock in any way. White gold as well. Because do you know why white gold is used so much? Because you can coat it in rhodium, which is a very hard platinum, because it's soulless, it's colorless. It is both are very fascinating, amazing metals in their own way, but the overuse of them simply because it is the most expensive and doesn't really have a color, so you can wear anything, and it's the safest high-end investment, and then you market it like insane, and everyone thinks this is so fancy. I'm like, is it though? You know? God. Oh no, you're just a huge nerd about your background. I am, yes. You're passionate and your eyes light up when you get to talk about it. Yep. And even in all of these, many of my opinions are my opinions. It is okay and in fact preferable for you to have your own opinions. You don't have to agree with me. It is okay. I would prefer you not to always agree with me, anyone out there, because when people don't agree, then we can have an interesting discussion about where we're coming from to approaching a subject, rather than we all just clapping each other on the back like, yes, good, yes, yes, the thing, yes, yes, we all agree, yes, the thing, good, yes. I'd rather have a discussion about, why someone likes diamonds compared to me not liking them, because I know my lack of appreciation for diamonds and jewelry only has to do with my own, experiences and design choices and the kind of stuff I like personally. So it's very much a personal choice. It is completely okay for you out there to very much enjoy diamonds and white gold. It is absolutely fine. Nothing wrong with it. I like when people can disagree in a civil manner. Have a discussion, broaden their horizons, but you don't have to then change your opinion. You can always broaden your horizon and still, hang on to your original opinion, but you then have a better understanding for the other opinion. Whether it be, jewelry, politics, whatever. Civil discussion is at the core of a civilized society. The hell am I doing? Right. Copy pasting code from paper. We are just doing a simple system. Right now, they set the circle points because I wanted to do this, so I figured out how to do it. I wrote it down on paper, and now I just need to write down the kind of code into actual code. And in here, we just checked how the range works, and now we find a new variable for an angle, which we calculate using mathematics I do not understand, but I will gladly simply copy. And okay, yeah, we'll cast it into a float, because this was the most interesting. Yeah, I saw someone do this, and I didn't understand why. 1 divided by 9 points. Right, see, yeah. The point amount. So we get an integer, but then we use a function to cast it into a float. And that's okay. And then 1 divided by the amount of points times, and I do believe we can just do this, right? Yeah, tau is a hard-coded value, which would be, I do believe tau equals pi times 2. I never got that deep into the math. I really wish I would have. And every now and then I wish to, like, I'm going to start like online classes in maths because I like maths. I'm not that good at it, but I like it. I like to understand how all things flow. I once joined Roll's stream and he was playing some game where I thought, those textures and character portraits look very sus. So I stated, without judging, this might be AI-assisted art. And Rual just went on a rant about how he can't be AI-assisted and framed AI-assisted art as something inherently awful. Turns out the devs came out about using AI in their workflow. Yeah. Oh, and he was incredibly condescending with this. I have a background in computer graphics. Well, so do I, now. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And sometimes, I mean, AI art has that uncanny valley. And still a lot of it has that thing where, but it is dangerously, it's uncomfortably good at getting rid of it nowadays. But yeah, it has that uncanny valley vibe to it, doesn't it? It's like, some of those things flow a little weird, and the use of lighting and color and the shadows, it's one of those that you can't really point that shadow is wrong, but the whole thing is slightly off. Whenever I see him as guest or collaborator, he's just like that. Yeah. And the thing is, I like AI-assisted art in this. It's the problem with AI in art remains and will always be the businesses behind the AI tool. It is the generative art based on stolen information. Because AI as a tool is just really cool. It's like I'm planning on doing a little bit of animation using AI, in case someone interesting. And because I keep on forgetting his name, but yeah, he's rather YouTube famous. Does the really fun like rotoscoped animations where he acts all the characters and then he draws on himself in a rotoscoping. And there's an AI tool which will then, because you draw your one frame and then he draws all the other frames, and he has a little video which explains how he does it all. And I think that is really cool, and I would love to try to do that. And I think, yeah, that's amazing. That is a good use of AI, because rotoscoping is a cool technique if you do it by hand. Also super fantastic. Just like, I would appreciate anyone doing carving by hand, but I'm not gonna shit all over CNC done carving as well, because it's just freaking more efficient, isn't it? So AI rotoscoping seems really cool, because it is generating art, but it is generating it all from art you made, you gave it. Video I made, art I drew, and from that it combines those into fully rotoscoped scenes with some mild bugs, and you still need to fix it. Yeah. And using AI to interpolate within keyframes would be a good use. Yeah, that kind of stuff, exactly. Hey there, the other day I was playing Vintage Story with someone, and he was constantly framing debatable or objectively weak strategy as gospel. Oh no! Hey there, Perk, how you doing? Nice seeing you. Someone give me a shitty VS advice. Apparently. You see, yeah, we were talking about how this morning, Puppy was mentioning he was setting up his new Terraria server, and I thought, also rule playing Terraria, and then, well, some people keep on giving bad advice. But it's again bad for all of those thousands of tweeners, the guys who just draw in the in-between frames. That is very true, but at the same time, it's one of those things of, tools will increase. There's no more, there's not a lot of industry left for all those, steam engine engineers either. Technology will progress, whether we like it or not. Some styles, some skills will disappear, and a lot of those is, this is the kind of thing you would like art to remove. Technology to remove the sort of menial task, which opens up the gateway for, the access for more people. Because you have to do at least some of those in between frames yourself, but then again, using AI makes it cheaper for people, so now they can use more graphics in, say, game dev or doing their own art for YouTube videos or whatever. And that's fine. It's always the only real problem with the whole AI thing is, and will continue to be stolen information, which is then what the big players are just desperately lobbying against. No. Don't illegalize stealing, never. We need this, because otherwise our business model will go straight to shit, because we stole all the money and we are not going to pay for a fucking artist. You're going to pay us for all this art we stole. That's the problem there. And most code will not be reviewed really by humans so much in the near future, and most code will be tab completion within the IDE anyways. Yeah, a lot of it is going that way, and that's the thing. I'm not against, AI code as long as it is being used by someone who knows what they're doing. The problem is with AI code is people learning to code using too much AI code auto-completion, because you'll get solutions that work, but you'll never understand why it works, because now you're building with magical blocks, it just does this thing. How does it do it? I don't know, man. But I do the thing, and the thing rotates. It blows your mind. And that will not make a good programmer in the end, because that will make a bad, any craftsman, which I personally see code writing as just a craft. And if you don't understand your tools and why and how they work, your future is limited. And you could do so much more if you understood what does what and how and why and so on. And auto-completion is taking away our jobs. A lot of jobs are cooked. We need UBI. Yeah. What do UBI? Universal brainless interface. You know, it just does stuff. No one even interacts with it. It just does it by itself. Yeah, Germany kind of has that. It's Bürgergeld. No, universal basic income. Right. Yeah, I mean, Finland as well has a we have, unemployment benefit. Well, I mean, a lot of Europe actually does have pretty robust socialist systems, which they keep on trying to undermine now when the inflation is going down, which I find insane because from a capitalist point of view, the socialist idea of universal basic income is fucking fantastic because that means everyone has a minimum level of spending power. And that is what a capitalist community society wants. They want people without spending power will only cost, and never the money won't keep flowing. It won't work. The markets cannot evolve and react to people's needs if people can't spend. So what the society should want is just make sure everyone has enough money to keep spending, because that means that small, tiny micro businesses can keep living existing because someone will be out there who wants to buy your knitted socks because they want, they're willing to spend a little extra for your nice socks. And you don't have to make a massive amount of money with your hand knitted socks because thanks to universal basic income, you have that lowest minimum sort of just sorted. And then people think, what if people make a lot of money and they get the UBI on top of that? Well, if you want to scale it, it's easy. For every money unit you make, so like every euro, your UBI goes down by 50 cents. Boom. Then that way making money is still worth it no matter how much you do. It's just... And look at a bipedal bot like Atlas from the Boston Dynamics. That thing is trained in Omniverse, can recharge itself and do all human-level tasks fully automated. And those bots will be able to run those scripts and upgrade themselves via agency from the LLM models and communicate with a network of all other bots around the world and learn from one another. That'd be insane in a way, because if you have all these bots talking to each other and they have their own LLMs, you have created a physical representation of the philosophical zombie. And I find that pretty fascinating. And the problem with minimum spending power in a capitalist society is business will find ways to hit us with forced minimum spending. You mean they aren't doing that already, friend? That's... it's there. And that is why, you have to have some legal restrictions on things like rent and so on, because if everyone has UBI, that means rents will jump up because now everyone can afford X rent and so on, wages will go down. There would be a lot of turbulence moving into a true UBI system. And need some legal action to restrict certain markets because I think it's okay for the state to be intervening in certain markets and the state to own certain monopolies to guarantee a minimum level of efficiency of infrastructure and human subsistence, and then leave the free markets, open markets, to deal with all the nice things, all the extra, if you will. And yep, they certainly are. Yeah. Just look into the market of AI agents that use TypeScript and API to fully automate any task. Yeah. The thing is, they can't really replace humans in the near future because you can't. What's the word now? Finish it, Satamaya. Just work in a metalworking factory where you bend plate. Getting that securely automated in a way, and the sheer amount of flexibility in motion and the differences in shapes you all have to bend would be expensive and slow, even with your AI agents, because they would inevitably fuck up, and then it's very expensive to fix. It remains far cheaper to have a human being do it because of the human being's ability to react and into situations. So as long as you work in 3D space, the robots ain't gonna take that over in any near future. Just because it's about, if they could, they would have. And it's a hard problem they keep on trying to fix. But customer service, maybe more robots at like the cashiers, just because all you have to do is beep the food, and I can totally see a robot, old school sci-fi, waist down, no legs, and sitting on a chair, just beeping food and asking for money and being polite, just giving you a face to talk to. More complicated, more expensive version of your self-checkout counter. And I think that thing can do backflips. Yeah, but that's just math. A backflip is easy. It's hard for us. But manipulating objects in 3D shapes, bending, reacting things on the fly in that one, yeah. And lift up car frames like industrial line of car manufacturing, yeah. If anything, they'll be really useful in rescue operations. And industrial line of car manufacturing, yeah, the robots, Atlas would be far too expensive and pointless. It's much easier to have a hand, which they already use, because it's mounted and it's hydraulic and it's like extremely powerful and a lot cheaper to just operate than a bipedal robot. Bipedal robots' only use is the fact that it can move around in wild terrain, so out there in the world. So rescue operations, pretty much. That is where we want the robots. I hope I said hi already, but sup there, Mink? Hope you're doing well. And yes, on the vote for today I probably should put in a... Have a look at the games. What is game of the day? We don't know yet. We're going to vote on it when we get closer to it. Voice Stranger will be on the list. As will Stationeers, Workers of Resources. Maybe not Door Fortress because we did that yesterday. But yeah. And I think about the efficiency of training that bot in Omniverse, which is a simulated 3D physics engine of a real world, and it can be running 1 million plus instances of that bot training and narrow it down to the top 5 to 10% of that 1 million, then seed that into another 1 million instance through machine learning. It's not like that have to train them in the real world to achieve that level of capability. In terms of, the problem is that is theoretically possible. If all of that would be practically possible, currently they'd be doing it and it would be out there. It's always that thing, because theory allows us to do all kinds of insane and crazy shit, right? And it is what we're all striving toward. We do want those robots to be able to machine learn and work the way they do. We are in a golden age of AI. Of course, just like with the NFTs, the corpos are going insane with it in the absolutely the wrong direction. And they're just all trying to desperately hold all the money they can before that bubble bursts. But the technology itself is freaking amazing, and I'm hoping it'll, keep evolving into cool ways. Because with more robots, people will be there'll be more unemployment, and with more unemployment, you want to guarantee the income. So then again, UBI would be very welcome for everyone involved, especially the big businesses, because they want more clients, right? So, yeah. Trickle-down economics is a fucking joke. It is the reverse of it. It's only grassroots up. That's how the way it should be in any actual capitalist society. Now, the future timeline is in question for sure, but how much more time do we really have before that shit actually happens? I mean, we've been interfacing with the technology since 2017, and I'm rather surprised with where it is today in such a short amount of time. Oh yeah, technology keeps on advancing. The thing is, we don't know where it'll go in the end, how it'll pivot, and that's the thing. Say 10 years in the future, you can look at how far we've come with AI, and we will be surprised, like, man, how did we get so far so fast? But that doesn't mean it'll be, where we expect it would be today. It might be, it turns out some things we were hoping for were, and remain a hard problem, but then something else worked out instead. Now, equivalent to pi times 2, or 360 degrees in rotations. You see, this makes no sense to me. Circle constant, the circumference of the unit circle in radians. You see, you doing here rotation. Are you mean radian? 360 degree rotation in radian would be a tau. Is that what you're saying? Again, important news. Make sure you have someone who doesn't understand what you're talking about read through your documentation if you're doing stuff like this. Because if someone doesn't know, like, oh, well, tau, of course, it's the thing. Yeah, that explains it. If you find someone who doesn't know what tau is, let them read this. And like, does this explain what this means? Because we are the easiest one to fool. We easily fool ourselves, and one of the things we as human beings do a lot is fill in the blanks. You find that very often if you try to proofread your own text, because you know what you meant to read, so you don't see entire missing words. It's weird, but it happens. Actually, it's not weird at all, because the human brain isn't dealing with, now. It's actually dealing with the future. We are simulation machines. Constantly trying to predict what's gonna happen next. Bar. So we're trying to make a simple function here. We got distracted again, as we do. It's fine. Feel free to distract away. I like these discussions. I find them very interesting. This one is a plot. Equals. We do center point dot x plus radius times cosine of our previously calculated angle. Same shit, except you are powered by sin and asking the deep questions of why. Then we do into our array of points dot append a vector 2 built with x and y. And once everything is done, we should be able to return our points. I use tau a lot when making generative art with other trigonometric functions for beautiful complex geometry. Ooh, neat. Yeah, it's been a long time since I went into math, and I would like to, like I kept on saying, maybe take some more advanced math courses, like an online learning at some point, because, I do like math. I'm not very good at it, but I always found it fascinating. But yeah, so is tau the same as in radians, a full circle? 360 degrees? Is that what it means? I suck at math, unless applied. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff, I can't hold numbers in my head, but I can hold how things relate to each other and the flow of logic, that kind of stuff. Is like a ratio of the circumference of a circle, yeah. Okay, yeah, I see it now. Of course. Yeah, because angle here. Okay, so the angle is, we have the point amounts. How many amounts of points do we have? We divide 1 by that, so we have, say, a percentage of 0.2, 0.3, point something. So that X amount of these numbers will go, back into 1, and we time that times tau. And the logic here once is done with gradients. So this way, okay, so every one of these angle points is, an equidistant on the circumference. Right, okay, yeah. Thank you. That helped me sort of visualize what's happening here and how this works, yeah. Still haven't fully ingested in the brain the magic of the cosine and the sine, but we went through those in school, I remember, but whatever I learned then, I've promptly forgotten. Now let's brush up on the actual definition, but it does compare ratio of circle around circumference to its radius. Yeah. Yeah, seems to be. Whoops, sorry. Seems to be happening here. Yeah, so we have the center point where the circle is. Radius should be self-explanatory. What is the radius of our circle, and then how many points we want? And here we divide. Do the math to divide tau into that many parts. And then this math uses the sine and cosine to get x and y to figure out where exactly that coordinate is in relation to our center point. in fact, if we use that inside a graphical node that we've already placed correctly, then the center point will always be 0, so we can just delete the entire center point logic completely. Why, thank you, Gla. I appreciate you too. You're a cool dude. I hope everything turns out well. And I hope this is, the year of Ugla. Still looking forward to that chicken stream one day. It sounds fun. And I basically use them with no direction. I plug it into X or Y and manipulate it with meaningless equations and combinations of sin and coals. All create random things. Yeah, sometimes there's direction, but most of the time it's just randomness. Cool. Sounds fun. I can sort of see how that goes, because I understand that the sine and the cosine are but it's not perpendicular. They're there's the camera. See, like one goes X and Y essentially. Yeah, one goes to left, one goes up, down, left, right. And what we can use these is to calculate things within a sort of wave. And that's that logic. We know that it is, it's either in the wave of radius to radius and radius to radius, and if we combine those, well, then we have a two-dimensional movement within a circle. And that's generative art, though. Basically, just writing code and running it and seeing what it makes visually. Yeah, generative art, or in game dev, it's called just procedural art. How we get like explosions, they have particle effects that are always different, so they're not like pre-animated. They're animated on the go, on the fly. We'll see where the math takes us. But hey, we were trying to figure out a magical circle thing in the body. Sorry about that. That too, yeah. Here's the link logic for that one. So how about we look here? I do believe. Alright. Let's begin with semi-pseudocoding our way through here. So the circle base is here now. We'll have, let's say, great circle. Wrong way. We'll start with, it doing nothing. Throw that slightly further down. Now, what does it actually do, though? Did you look into graph theory? Yes, I did. As you can, I even did a little just figuring out math by myself. Like if we do pentagrams and so on, like we have a set of nodes in a circle, and every one of them has one link to every other node it can reach. I was wondering, what is the total amount of links we can make that way, and only one, so we can't have A, B, and B, A. I happen to figure out the sort of equation for that one would be, if we have, L for links, N for the amount of nodes, and L is, L here is the total amount of links we have, so E equals nodes times node divided by 2 times minus 0.5. So that'll always give us the total amount of links if we want to do like a pentacle and so on. Because the progression there is if we have 3 nodes, well, that's 3 links. 4 nodes, that is 6 links. 5 nodes is 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Was that 9? No, 10. And so on. That was fun. But yeah, I also then figured out that it turns out I do know a little bit about node theory. I just forgotten about it. So we're going to make a depth-first search logic to traverse our systems here. We have 2 arrays here now. We made 2 new classes. One for the array of all of our links, which will have a to and from information and any other information we want to add into those, including for animation purposes. Then the nodes themselves, which will be which we'll have here, so that we can then determine the we'll put them all there, because even if it doesn't have any rune in it, we need it to exist there for the whole, an empty circle will still have the node for the places for possible runes. So they'll be there. And then, then the circle link, the link currently just has, we just made them with some variables. This one just has a contained rune for the node, the spell state that will be sending through it all will be, and then this one has, from, to, and a boolean for is it open, yes, no. So we can use that to do most of our deductions for your most basic shit at this point. Now for create circle, let's see if we can remember. So then, node array, size with circle size. Double check. Sets the array's number of elements to size. If size is smaller than the array's current size, the elements at the end are removed. Size is greater, new default elements, usually null, are added depending on the array's type. Returns OK on success, or one of the other error constants if this method fails. Note calling this method once and assigning new values is faster than calling append for every new element. So I'm assuming, if I'm reading this correctly, depending on the array's type, so the default element would be, it would just be creating nodes. Well, we'll find out. So now we had a node of the size determined in the inspector when we call create circle. Now we'll then have to link them all up. So we'll have to do link nodes. We do a func for link underscore nodes, because I like, the fool had too many U's there. No inputs, no outputs, but what do we do when we have to traverse through our node? So, let's see here. For node in node array, that might not work. So let's try this in. Good old two-dimensional array traversal here. So for index and then with index 1. For index in, we do Rasenge, range. You know what, it'll annoy me to call range too many times. So we have here like for and, god damn, why am I don't need to, oh man, I'm stupid. I don't need any of that. See, we do range and the circle size, of course. For index in range, circle size, for index 2 equals index. That's wrong. And then or wait, or is it for index 2 in, and there were possible buildings to be looking at, not this one, not that one. Return array for range B int n int. Start from B, increase by steps of one stop before n. B and n are inclusive and exclusive respectively. Okay, so here we do then range, index, and circle size. Then we do a create link, which we'll have to then build, and they're giving us a from, which will be our first one, which will then be node array index followed by a 2, which will be node array index 2. In fact, we're gonna go here, and do a underscore init func underscore init with values of new from new underscore 2. We'll typecast these fuckers into circle nodes, and then from takes the value of new from, and 2 takes the value of new 2. This way we do create link like that. It'll be circle link dot new, and then we'll have link array dot append. Okay, so for index in range circle size, then for index 2 in range index circle size, link array append circle link new. So the first one we're looking at, and then index 2, which would be from index forward. Now we gotta double check a thingy here. Starts from B, increase it by steps of 1. So it'll be increase decrease by steps of S sub 4 and RB and okay. Yeah, there's the problem. So the first one will be a 0, and then they'll also already be a 0. So oh well. Surely that'll fix it. Index plus 1. Then this will be 0, then this will be 1. And then the second and the last one should pretty much break the loop, right? Well, we'll find out when we try to run it. So that should then create links, and now we'll have an array of hopefully nodes and links, and the links have to and from, and this logic would, with 5, should build effectively a pentacle. So create circle does node array resize circle size followed by a link node. You can remove the pass from here. Now that is populated. This one is populated. Spell state array. Won't do shit. Do milk. Hey there, Boomer Sniffer. Hope you're doing well. They were there on the YouTube side. Okay. If I do add a pass here, and then I can build a breakpoint. So we save that. Now the circle base is currently still owned by Godot Player Manager. Why are you doing for loop within a for loop? Because we're doing a similar to a traversal through a two-dimensional array. We're just going to build links through other loops, and I want them all to have a single link. So double for looping it makes sure that if we have 5 points, they all will end up with a single link to all each other to build a nice graph. Hopefully. I'm looking to test this by, okay, runic circle base, new. Okay, so I'm looking at circle base. We'll add it then into func underscore init, and you just do create circle. And we will save, and the breakpoint there should stop it before, the logic breaks. Because once we'll pass this point, well, the old functions are commented out. Shit ain't gonna work, so it's gonna crash. But now we can look at what we just made. We can look at our link array and a node array. Node array ends up with null values, so that is a bit of a problem. But with 3, which also have 3 links, 1, 2, 3, we do have those. Now, resize should have given them set the array's number of elements to size. If size is smaller than their current size, the elements at the end are removed. If size is greater, the new default element, usually null, depending on the array's type. Well, yeah, bastard. Calling the method once and assigning the new values is faster than calling append for every new element. Okay. Sort custom, remove at, and do you have actually let's look at the array's constructors. They might be more helpful here. Array base type blah 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 creates typed array from the base array. Typed array can only contain elements of the given type or that inherit from the given class as described by this constructor's parameters. Maybe resize returns modified object. No, it changed. It did the thing that I wanted it to, but the explanation was unclear. So now I'm looking at, instead of resize, we're gonna have to look at the constructors, because I realized I don't have. That thing will only happen once anyway, so there's no point in using resize for that one. What I should be using is, in fact, yes, the correct constructor. Hey there, too many maxes? Bitburner plus looking at a stream of programming a game. A good start of the day. Hey, that sounds nice. I haven't touched Bitburner in ages. Hope you're doing well. Too many maxes. So, what other constructors do we have? Floats. Okay, the base ready array type int array node array sorter stats. Type is not type object, class name must be empty, string name, blah blah blah. Alright, we don't give a shit. An array from packed byte array. Now, are you seriously saying that there's no way to just repopulate without a for loop? That's getting a little annoying. Typed array from base array. A typed array can only contain elements of a given type. Yeah, or they inherit with a given class as described. Blah blah. Type is built in variant type. Okay. Base array. Here's empty. The type. Class name. Associated script. It might be a script, instance, or null. A script? Base array elements are converted when necessary. This is not possible if base is already typed. Oh, 4 minus 2. Okay. Yeah, we're already doing this through static typing. Fact byte. Okay, all greater than 5. Okay. Handy. Any filter map reduce. Assigns the given value to all elements on the array. This method can also be combined with resize to create an array with a given size and initialize elements. Noted value is a variant passed by a reference object derived array, dictionary, etc. The array will be filled with references to the same value which are not duplicates. Yes, but we need duplicates. So. Very annoying. Has and a hash. The insert is empty, read only. Specific place is type, don't care, map. Okay, this music's getting a little fucking up. No, thank you. Not very chill at this point. Minimum value, pick random, pop at, pop back, pop front, push back. Alright. Fine. We do func create underscore nodes. Again, I like things being nice and clear and separate, just one thing at a time. So this one just creates the nodes, the next one links the nodes. So create nodes would be like for node in node array node takes the value of circle node dot new. Create nodes. I'll even put you in there. So create nodes. First resize it to fit that one. For every node, you make a new one. And what do you build? I'm working on a game for a sort of top-down-ish Potato-like kind of game. It's like Potato Vampire Survivors kind of thing, but meets Noita, where instead of building your magic out of like individual magic, you use individual runes to make things like more granular attacks. Like a fireball, for example, isn't just a spell. You have to have a power source, a elemental filter to like, make sure your magic has the fire elements, and then a node that makes an attack in the form of like a bolt. So that kind of stuff. So it's sort of like magical engineering, Noita-like, but with my own twist and what. More granular than Noita. And essentially, we're mostly, because I wanted to make my own sort of crafting system based on runic magic, because I think the idea is cool, and I was hoping to then use this as a sort of platform to test this idea of mine of runic magic crafting systems, and sort of a level-based combat environment seems like a nice and interesting way to test it. Then sounds pretty interesting. What's my color change? Ooh, I don't know. Too many maxes. And now you're back. Orange. You were green there for a little bit from on my end. Wild. Twitch be twitching. And now we press F6, because right now the game won't run anymore, because we're taking one of these very core components and rebuilding it. So it's missing a lot of stuff that was there. And now we're making a sort of the magic circle itself, because we built the runes and they work. And now the actual magical circle where you'll be able to put the runes is what we're trying to build here, or the base class thereof, so that then we can create different kinds of resource files where we can determine the what it's going to look like, the graphics and so on. Yeah, switch on the fly. It did. Looks wild. Mine is set to green, so it's always this green in any chat I'm in. Yeah, I also set mine to my color. I can't remember what mine is. I might be green as well. Who knows? Can't remember. Now we look at the create circle. We have the breakpoint. We reach this one. So now we mouse over our link array. We have the links. Node array. Tell us nulls. So put a breakpoint there. We press F8 and F6. So you'll be resized with multiple null pointers. I'm gonna make a new object for new underscore node, you see? Yeah, I mean, this is circle node.new. Should be doing that and assigning this new object into this node, which should be, the one in the array, because it's all should be working through references here. So I'm wondering if I should, in fact, there's one other way of doing it. Well, being slow is fine. We don't really care about it. So we can do just... node array dot append. No. And for node in node array, and this one instead be... for index in range circle size, comment that out completely, save, F8. Oh, F6 I mean. There we go. So now when we get here, this one is empty, which is okay. Then we press one step forward. Now it has an object and then we're here. So now we have inside our node array, the node objects, and in our link array, the link objects. Making amazing. Now I want to have a closer look at our link objects. So we go down here. This one up so we can see in our link array, an array of 3. Size 0, 1, 2. So 0 should have object ID is 80101 and 2 is 397. See, it works. So now we have all of these. So 3 to 3. Now if we change that number to a 5, we don't need that one anymore. So once we're done, if we change this to a 5, we should then have 10 links to 5 nodes. There we go. Yep. The math worked. I don't really need to look at them because the way the logic is doing, because we're... Sorry. I'm always orange. It's kind of irritating. Ooh. If clicking the chat identity icon on the left side of the chat box and scroll to the bottom, you can set the color to what you desire. It's very true. Thanks, I'll find now. Hey. Yeah. Now look at the first one. This object ID here is 80101. Now this one should have this one should have 4 links when this one is 2. I mean from. So we'll click here. 80101. This one will be 4622. Yep, this one. This one should still be the very first one. Yep, 8101. So I'm looking at the last like 4 because I'm not going to look at the entire fucking number. Because the most of this is the same. It's only the final ones that have actual difference. Then we have the 4th link. This one should still have the same from. Yep, the very first one. And with 951, we've reached the last one. So this one has a link to all 4 others. The next one should have a link to 1, 2, 3, which would start from here, which would be 7397. Yep. To 4622. Yeah. Just gonna look at the 2 ones and 397. Last one for this one. Yeah. And the next one should only have 2 links to these 2. Yep, 622 to 1821 and 22 to 51. Yeah, and then the very last link is from 21 to 51. Yeah, so we have a pentacle, also known in if you make a pointy side point downward, also known as a pentagram. So the logic works. Wonderful. Now we create the circle, we link the nodes. So the core of that exists. We have the other functions for setting the circle point, which we'll be pretty much only using for, sorry. There we go. Setting the earlier, make sure that all the points are equidistant so we can generate the graphics for it currently. We might be doing some more hard-coded shit later, but this one should still work just fine. Yeah, I think it was the problem was because there were null. I think because it was an array of null pointers. Because then we used the for loop. Essentially, we're just rewriting null, and null is usually always null, so you can't change that. So you should have been using insert, I think. But the append system works because the code was saying, well, it's using resize and then assign the values is faster than using an append through a loop. But it's not exactly a thing we'll be doing a lot. This rebuilding of the circle. This is happening in its initializing phase, so when it is created, brought into the game. Damn, now I want coffee, but it's 2 a.m. Oh, right. Ooh, it's noon, lunchtime, also known as tea time. Because I finished my coffee and I finished my other earlier drink. I still have some juice, and now we have some nice, tasty tea. But okay. And now we need to figure out the depth-first search algorithm, which will follow a similar logic, plus we'll then... Oh, wait, yeah, because we don't need to care about the direction for that one. Okay, because I was wondering, like, because if we... I'm going to jump in here so I can show you some of my logic here. Oh. Beam for the beam. Might make some tomorrow, to be honest. It's been a while. Tea would also be good. Yeah. It's always good to have some like high caffeine decaf tea back at home, because sometimes you're just, you want something like that to drink, but it's too late. Well, then you have some nice rooibos teas and other options which are not quite as caffeinated. Now, the example of what I just made with the 5 nodes, because we made, say, 5 nodes, and these are and they will be equidistant from each other. So first we created 1, 2, 3, and 4 links. Then went to the next one, which creates 1, 2, and 3. And the next one, well, we only have a couple left, so it's 2 links. And this one will make that link. And now all links that can be made have been made, because I'm only allowing them to have a single link in between. Now, these all have a direction as well. And the point is, so if this, being the first one, will be our root, where we start our logical search. But then again, it doesn't really matter where we start. No, it does matter because of the direction of the links, but we can change that logic eventually. I need to learn real programming too. So many ideas, so few skills. Hey, practice makes perfect. Like for the past year or so, I've been doing a game jam called the Try Jam, which happens every weekend. We have 3 hours to make a game, and I've been using that to make shitty things that kind of work and kind of work for a game. And I have been getting on my skills to the point where I realize that I'm sort of being now constrained a lot by the limitations of that one. So that's why this year we're starting my first sort of long-term project. Well, technically it's not the first one, but it is the first one that I tend to like actually heckin' finish. Whoops, summon a demon. Hey, they mink. Yep, that's pretty much hoping to make fireballs and things happen. And the thing is, because if you have like, if you have 3 nodes, the same logic creates, a simple one. If you have 4, we create, a shape like that. And then from 5 onwards, we get more and more of these funny little complex shapes. And if we do depth first search, and we can, because these are now built in an array, so we can always go with the first one with this link. So the node doesn't really need to give a shit. It just requests give me a list of links I have that are outgoing, and we'll start from there. And the very first thing it'll receive will be this one. So then the logic goes through here into this node, and in doing so, because this link has been used, is marked as that's been used. Then the logic for this one does the same thing. Well, the first one in this list will be this one, so we mark that one as done, and so on and so forth. And also we're marking these like nodes as visited. And of course, because this one is where we start from, they immediately turns into visited. And there. So then we have a loop through here. And the idea is we can then like close off some of these by the player's choice, so we can have a different kind of logical pathway through here. Where like first one piece of the spell goes that way, one of it goes that way. This one then goes here, and this one still then continues there. See, now this one is a loop which so if you have the power source be here, so here's power, here's a filter, and here's a like projection. So this one makes a bolt. Here is a, an ice. Similarly, here's a filter and another projection. And they're filtering out different elements. So this one's, like I was using the example for Steam, so this one filters out fire magics, and this one filters out water magic. So now we have one bolt with a fire damage, this one with water damage, and then we have the circle do a sort of final calculation for the final attack, where it checks for, elemental cross effects, interactions, and would be then in a more complicated version of the game eventually then translate that into like a Steam-based attack or something. So currently we'll just, because we have because we're using the same sort of elemental power array to carry the elemental information everywhere, so it'll then just have 2 values, one in fire and one under water, and the others remain 0. So that's the idea of using, I want the player to be able to design their own attacks and have their own like elemental consistencies, add more complexity. Because then with more nodes, you can make more interesting loops. They can have multiple steps. You can then combine like a container rune, which we were experimenting with, I believe, yesterday, where you can carry an AoE effect to the destination, effectively making an explosive bolt. But the container itself doesn't do any damage, but if you then have a normal bolt at the same time, then the container would be then combined with the bolt, so it does damage and explodes. And then depending on, that interaction, maybe something happens, like it explodes, but it's, again, I don't know, steam and explosion, but then the bolt has like electrical power, which means that we'll electrify the steam around it, also ending up in a double whammy. So that's the kind of thing I'm hoping to get to. But right now we're still building the underlying logical blocks of how do we get there. And I want to use this logic to also then be able to have have persistent effects. Like we could have inbuilt loops, which then bleed through. They bleed energy, but then with the power source, hopefully they'll be constantly getting a little bit more. And that's how you can build say a shield. And then if you have two shield loops running in the same circle, then they would be. Then you also determine through the filtration system of what kind of elements are you shielding against, because if you have a sort of completely equal in everything magic, it is unusable. Is what I want it to be, because they cancel each other out and they all just turn up into waste sort of heat energy, which can burn out your circle, break those lines. Because if too much, because I want them to have a sort of stress system as well, so you can make a search. Because I want the player character to have possibly carry along multiple spell circles, so you can have your Hail Mary big shot, which you can fire once, because then the circle itself breaks because it can't handle the amount of waste heat and magic going through it. But I want the logic to happen before breaking happens. So that means even if it burns out, you can still launch it once. We could have it then be limited by what is the maximum amount of magic that can go through a certain channel made of material X. So it burns out, but you can't do crazy overpowered shit with subpar materials. But you can still make it relatively powerful. And then shields, for example, if they get overheated, then the circle itself breaks, and now you lost your shield because you took too much damage at the next amount of time, kind of thing. That's sort of what we're going for here. Yeah, magical engineering. What I think I called it there's hard sci-fi. So we're going with hard fantasy. Hard high fantasy. I want there to be magic, but the magic must follow rules. But I also want those rules to allow the players to make, mistakes and really cool, interesting combos, and have some weird shit happening as well. Because, I like my games to have at least some humor, some twist to them. Like Noita's, magic, and it's a wonderful world. It's wonderful magic, and then you have your freaking deer koi and your duck launchers, and it just goes nuts. Hecking love it. And then maybe, figure out some summoning magic stuff. And there's a lot of complexity I can see this game having in the end. But I'm just trying to contain myself and not adding too much at once. Just one mechanic at a time. So I learned something in my past year of making 3-hour shitty mini games, which can all be found on my itch.io page if you want to go check it out. Some of them are not playable. Some of them will not even turn on, and I want to leave them there in their broken states to be a sort of true accounting of my progress. I've collected all my TryJam videos into a playlist on YouTube as well, but it's the raw videos, so they start with the TryJam, end with gaming. I'm at some point gonna find the time and energy to figure out how to edit videos and cut out and make edited versions with just the game dev. But yeah, so that's the logical goal of what we're building towards here. Probably won't be getting quite there today, but if we're lucky, we can get the magical logic to work once more. Yeah, so that circle point is for just graphical. Link node works, create node works, which means we don't need you anymore. Thank you, friend. You did your best. Whoop, there we go. Nope, same. So init calls create circle. Create circle calls create nodes, link nodes. And if someone's wondering why I'm making like so many separate like functions in functions, it is because long ago, early in my learning of code, I got good advice from a friend with a longer, long career as a professional test engineer. And I found this advice to be very true. And it is just simply that it is always try to make your functions do a single thing. It will make your life easier, testing easier, debugging easier, and it's like more clear to read. Because I've then also been doing some debugging, test building for some existing code, and usually that means I still have to then like break down a large function into smaller functions for the automated testing logic to properly work. So in the end, it still ends up having like just functions doing a single thing. Plus, it's then easy, like I said, it's easier to then make changes here without it affecting that one. Whereas if this was all in one big function, I change some of that logic, now they might affect this logic, and it's a mess. Good old way to kind of future-proof yourself without doing too much work about it. Just keep your functions and logic separate. Because in like an omni-function that does everything, it's just can get a little chaotic. Yeah, wolfing down code is for the real nerds. Yeah. Yeah, those giant omni-functions that do everything, yeah, it'll bite you in the ass. Or if not you, then someone else. I guess I am solo developing all of this, but I'm still trying to design it in a way that, at least my one other team member can help in this, who is also known as a future me. Because, and that's also why I try to name everything as self-explanatory as possible, so that when I eventually look back at this in like say half a year back, and look at this code, I can very quickly and easily figure out what the hell is happening here. So always remember, you always have at least one team member that is future you, even when you're solo deving. But you never know, maybe this will work out. Maybe I will end up, I don't know, with a team or something, who knows? And if that happens, well, it'll be handy if the code makes sense. It's not all those X and Y's and Z's and I's there. No, I shortened everything. I based all my code on fucking lead code. Yes. I have 58 things in one function, and they're all called and everything's named with like singular letters, and there's no logic behind it. Remember to add some comments to each function too. Yeah, I mean that would be smart. And that is something we'll look into once we get to that point. But commenting is usually, yes, a very good idea. Commenting, or then at least trying to use self-explanatory language, so you have this whole concept of like self-documentation where the variables and function names sort of explain their own logical flow. But every now and then I do add clarification as a comment, even though I should try to do it all the time. Well, that is more like, well, once I have something that I know is going to work, this is going to stick around for a while, then I'll add more. Then I'll worry about commenting. Currently, we're just trying to make it work. There's no point in adding comments yet, because, they might all change. That is at least how I do it. Call the depth first search activation. The good old Boyd. Yeah. So. Now, for this to work, the question is, should the base be running this through a simulated DFS in an internal loop, or should I offload it into more sort of a proper recursive loop by letting the nodes handle it? Because usually when you do your DFS and such, you do it, recursively, and that should work here as well. Yeah, true, that's definitely better at the end when it works, or you know it's going to be doing what you intend for future debugging, etc. So to just quickly search up, etc. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, because if just like I keep on trying to stop myself from getting too caught up in details at this point in the development process, because I can easily just lose myself in like, oh, let's figure out the animation for this button or something, or how to make this shit like work cool and neat, but it's for stuff that I'm not sure will actually remain in the way it is. So first we're going to build something ugly that works. Then we can start polishing and adding details, because once we know this works, this stuff is going to stay mostly as it is. That'd be my problem. Yeah. There's a surprisingly large amount of help that I got from the try jams, the 3-hour game jams, because they'd force you to just think about what is the minimum, what is the core of what the hell I'm trying to do, because you don't have time for detail. Man, I didn't have time for art a lot of the, most of the time, so I started using a lot more external things from itch.io, which is also fun. I'm too into the front end art side shit, lol. Yeah, I get that. But yeah, so we could do, yeah, like I was saying, a sort of simulated depth first, but I think that'll be tricky. I think the recursion will be actually easier. So then we'll look at the circle node here. We're gonna do variable, and I'm gonna, again, we could do it, not a variable, but a function. Do the classic DFS shortening. Most people will know what that is, surely. Oh yeah, we're gonna use long names, because no one, we know, we're not being charged by the letter here. Depth first search. Or we're not searching for anything. So depth first traversal. We do pass there so we get the freaking bugs to come on. Because that's what we do. We were traversing through the thing, activating runes as we go. So then we'll have to think about, how do we do that? I think I wrote this thing here. So what if do we care about incoming links? No, we don't. What we do here need is a essentially visited, yes or no. It will be then a bool, and it can start out as false. So that we don't want to like have to set that every time. So now when we create a circle node, the visited will immediately be me equaling false, which means we'll have to have a reset function for these as well. But you know, we'll deal with that when we build the research that one. Yeah, because how we're building it now, you'll be able to traverse it once, and that's it, pretty much, unless we reset all these visited ones. Ooh. Like when you were explaining your spell combinations of nodes, I was thinking about in a visual representation of the fire, that the fire having its own particle field and water, and when the filter and power are selected, how it alters the particle field to reflect the look of the spell when it is released from the player. Lol. Yeah, terminate. That is the things I'm hoping to get to. So I can't show it to you now because I broke it. But you know, we've been. Oh, I can show you guys here for those who might be interested. So if we look at here, animated sprites. So let's look at. So I'm using these pre-made assets, which were free, to have earth, fire, ice. You know, there should be an air one. There we go, an air. And just boring magic, which is yellow fire. So these are just torch animations for fire. And I realized, well, if you just make it go real fast and like just flip it around, and yo, you got a firebolt. Or other magic. And so we're using that as just a placeholder. I'm hoping to then come up with a way to have, say, similar to that. I was hoping that we're probably experimenting with the beam one. Because if you look at the magic beam, it's the same one. But a magic beam is, in the code, we stretch it out. Right? So it looks like a beam that flutters. Like intense, I don't know, butane torch. Now this one is based on a white color. So I was wondering, can we then just, I don't know, we want it to be a red, maybe want it to be more red. And that kind of stuff. So we have then, depending on the elemental constitution of the spell, we can then, you know, determine what is the color of it, you know, red, blue, and so on. Okay, of course, we're not going to use like all these extremes. We have to come up with some nicer colors, and then maybe a weighted system so that we have like predetermined, like what is the, you know, this is the color of this element, this is the color of that element. Once we eventually have a large element list, and then we just look at the elemental makeup of our spell, and then depending on that we can calculate the weights of, you know, well, use this much weight towards that element, this much weight towards that element, and make it look nice. And then potentially having particle effects would be nice, because those we can also generate procedurally in code as the game happens, and have those behave differently again, depending on, is it more like based on fire, like particle effects, or water, which would splash, electricity, which would be like zapping, you know. But those are animation questions, which is things we'll deal with when we get there. Right now, we need to fix what I broke. Now, if we look at our circle nodes here, our depth first traversal, what is the first thing we do? Well, the first thing we might want to do is visited equals true, followed by some kind of way of get and outgoing links. Oh yeah, cleaning out the back end of brains first, and then front end visual eye candy last is the way. Yeah, and of course, no, it's the way that works the best for me and the way I work and my logic. But I do know that some people are more artists, and it helps them visualize and see how things work by just doing, maybe leaning into the art first a little bit. But I think, yeah, building it like engine first and then decorating it does seem like the better way to go, in my opinion. But that is, you know, depends on you and how you work. What works for you? So depth first traversal we have here. And so I was thinking, should we then do, we'll have some way of, maybe call the parent. Oh no, it's called an owner dot get outgoing links. Oh yeah, because you're not a proper node, you're a resource. Okay, we need to calm that one down by doing a little fakey get outgoing links. So now we're just gonna like pseudocode this shit a little bit. Pass here. Just so I can have the let's see, variable. There. We get the outgoing links somehow. Because the circle base has the array of all of our links. And we don't know, should we give access to that resource to the node itself or to the parent. No, you see, yeah, okay, I'm seeing this. We'll do a link array is given. So this way we can keep on giving the reference to the link array to every node, and they'll just do this. Again, a nice little separation here where link array, return a new one. So we do var. Wait, no, that's even dumber. First we do visited equals true. Then we do a for link in link array. So we look at all the link objects we find, and we do if link dot from equals self. So it's an outgoing link from us. Yep, you're absolutely correct. We're not assigning, we're comparing. If link from equals self, we do link dot to within parentheses, no, dot depth dot no, underscore first depth first traversal and give the link array. So this way we go across them in order. And I'm thinking we can because we build it this way, we do use the DFS or depth first search logic to go through the graph. But seeing as we can build it now using the links and the nodes, we can later on, if we want to, we can try out different traversal methods, because I know there's a lot of interesting stuff in graph theory. But a DFS works for now. And also then if we then come to the conclusion that DFS is best, and because it then allows a consistent logic to always flow through the graph, unless we come up with something else. But I think a DFS might be able to just carry us all the way to the end. Now for link in link array, if link dot from equals self, then link to dot depth first traversal link array. So now we'll recursively calling this one all the way. But we can do it and link dot to dot visited equals false place. Because this way, every time we visit the node, we first mark it as visited. So that way we'll block out any link trying to come back to the power source, for example. First we check, we find any link that is an outgoing link and the to link is not visited. Wonderful. Sankiro, hello. You sure you don't want a broad first traversal? Yes. For now. And that's what I meant by DFS will carry us pretty far. It will work for the logic that I can see in my head. But building in this way and making sure the depth first traversal functions, that means we can do more traversal logic systems later. Which is what I really love. Thank you everyone for the suggestions and pushing me towards the graph, node graph theory. That helped me because now I'm building it in a way that we can add multiple traversal methods in theory to this thing and it'll work just fine. Might as well start with the depth first though, because that'll allow us to, make sure that every logic first reaches its own end before we check the next one. And welcome on in, Raiders. Hello there, Wild Dingleberry. Wild Dingleberry himself. Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing well. How was life? Ooh, in Ark Raiders. Ooh, bring in all that toilet paper. We need it. Because we can all shit ours. Get up, soil yourselves. My man, how we doing? Wild Dingleberry. It's going surprisingly well. I mean, I kind of broke the entire thing, but that is because we're rebuilding it better, faster, stronger. Sexier. But now we're gonna, so link depth first traversal. So now we have a logic that would go through it all. Now, of course, we visited equals 2, and before we go to the next one, we should probably do something about this one. So if contain rune, and we can does not equal null. Then contain rune dot, I do believe we'll activate rune, and you would want the spell state. Yes, so we do need the link array, which we send to all the nodes, because this way, no matter how we build the circle, the nodes don't give a shit. They'll just work. So, we'll then have to have a spell underscore state. Here, a spell underscore state of type spell state, and we'll rename that as the incoming spell state. And that one goes through the rune inside, that is contained inside the node. Change that one, and that breaks all the runes, but that's fine. We'll have to go through the rune classes individually as well, but that is a then kind of situation. Because the thing is, because if we have... right, so we can't just find every link forward, because we need to know how many of them there are where we can actually go, because we can have 2 outputs from a single sort of rune container. And if we do that... Oh, sorry. Welcome in, Raiders. I totally forgot. I would go carried away. Hi, I'm Hannu, son of Hannu, variety streamer and an extremely amateur game developer. Finally starting on a longer game development project. We're going for a kind of, say, Brotato / Vampire Survivors top-down shooter wave killing kind of game. But with the twist of, instead of like picking up upgrades as we go along, we have in-between levels. So that's why more Brotato, you design and work on your build. And we're doing it through a runic magic system inspired by Noita. But instead of having a system for like in Noita where you have a fireball and a triple cast and some other effects, we're having like a power source, a filter, and a projection. In the sense that how do we actually make the fireball itself? So it's very granular is sort of what I'm going for here. So you can choose, once you have different kinds of power sources, you have different then filtration runes for the different elements, which I'm hoping to have an extensive list of eventually, and then projection for different kinds of, shapes and effects. Like, is it an AoE, which could be a shield or an explosion? Is it a bolt? Is it a beam? Are you like summoning a duck? I don't know, we'll find out when we get there. Alright, now we're trying to figure out how the magical circle and its individual nodes should function. Because we had one that worked previously, but it was essentially hard-coded to just, test the runes. And now we need to make the circles themselves be actually functional and editable, so we can have multiple different kinds with different kinds of containers and amounts of links and so on and so forth. So we're getting there slowly but surely. And here I'm realizing, yes, that we can't do this on account of I want to be able to split this incoming spell state into multiple parts if we have multiple outputs, so we can cut it into a 50-50. With DFS, energy flow can be unintuitive to players. You can also cannot apply effects in parallel, like A to B to D and A to C to D. With DFS, you can only activate one path. I've ever chosen Cura, but I want the summoning a duck modifier. Multi-minimaxes, that is something I'm kind of hoping to put in here, to be honest, like figuring out how to summon magics. Because we can do it to the depth first, even with the breath first one. Because I guess we're using DFS mostly for the traversal, Because here we then collect the amount of links into an array here. So we do a var, please there, var, outgoing links of type array, typecast into specifically a circle link array. And we come here, we're gonna make an empty one. Then, if link.from to self equals self and linked to visited equals false, then outgoing links dot append link. For link in outgoing links. There we go. Do that one. So before we do the DFS properly here with like for link in outgoing links, we just split this one into as many as we can. So do a few arguments for a depth first reversal call, accepted 2 but received 1. And yeah, that's her too. Which means that I guess we can have a var spell state array is another array. Spell states. Coming here to create an empty one, and then I think it's a little better to move this logic into the spell state itself. So then we'll have a spell state array, takes the value of incoming spell state and dot split and he gets the outgoing links dot size. So we find how many acceptable links we have. On range today, and I'm using it like crazy. So for the index in range, outgoing links dot size, we want this to be outgoing links index to depth first traversal. We grab the entire link array which we got in here and the spell state array index. Now there are two links. We'll have two ones. Hello there, FishDeadX on the YouTube side. Hope you're doing well. So this way, say if we have two outgoing links, but then they'll end up at 0 and 1, and then links 0, 1 on the index, and the spell state array has also 0, 1, so they'll be in the same order. It doesn't really matter the order because we're just splitting it with as many as we have. We're linking in link array if link.from equals self and link is default. Now all of this should pretty much it should be fine, because then we'll make a new array which will be given by our split here, where it will so your spell state array should be that guy. Is what I'm sort of seeing. Contain rune activate rune incoming spell state. Okay, because the problem here is, how do we interact with the spell state array, which will have the amount of spell states? It can be between 1 and X. If you don't mind, can I know what you're building like? What game? Yeah. It is very early in the dev process. It's 2D, so this is our testing platform pretty much of just a wizard, and these are enemies of red squares. The idea is we'll eventually make much nicer graphics and shit. That is very loud, that music. Sorry. There we go. Yeah, so the idea is a sort of rotato-like sort of, combat happening, and in between runs you work on your build, and as a wizard you're building them with runes. So similar to Noita, but instead of having like a fireball and a triple cast and other things, you instead have your hello there, Femboy THC. Hope you're doing well. You then build the actual fireball itself from a power source, then like an elemental filter, and then a projection rune for, like, say, a bolt. Now, we've been working on those runes themselves so far. They kind of worked. They worked with our current system, but the magical circle themselves, because I want these all to be then craftable, and there'd be multiple different kinds, and depending on the logic the player uses, they can have these like multiple effects. So either there's like one traversal through 5 nodes, 3 nodes, 4 nodes or more, or you can then like choose, this one has an open link to this one, and these two are separate filters for like fire and water, and they go to their own like projection runes. So now you end up with 2 separate spell states. So once we're done with all this, we should then the circle should like combine those into an actual attack and so on. And then we have multiple effects, elemental constitution, a lot of procedurally generated effects, hopefully, once we get there. Right now, we're just building the whole graph traversal logic of the circle itself, because I'm very much an amateur and do my goddamn best. So look at the script here. We don't, not this one. It is circle node. So I'm trying to figure out, like, can we do a depth first traversal here where we follow one of those paths? So, because if we look at this one, the depth first search would be at first we go here, then we go here. Well, that one now has reached its end. And then this one goes here and that one goes there. That one has reached its end. And then I want the player to be able to, like, turn some of these like paths on or off effectively. So you can then, I want the player to be able to make like really cool things with interesting interactions. I want you to be able to do really silly things that don't really work out. So it's sort of engineering. I'm using the term here like it's like hard sci-fi, except it's like hard high fantasy. It's what we're going for here. Let's hope it works out, because this whole runic magic crafting system is an idea has been stuck in my head for a few years. So I'm just really looking forward to now giving it a test and seeing can I make it work. And using a sort of rotato-like combat levels, defeating enemies, harvesting their remains for resources is a platform for testing runic magic crafting, pretty much. But here is one of those things where the depth first traversal, yeah, I see the problem here. So what if we do the BFS first? Because wasn't that... How the fuck did you do a BFS properly? The DFS is easy. You just get the first link, you do your thing, and then you ask that link to do, your thing. But Breath First might wanted to visit all links in a layer first, and then all links below that, and all links below that. Because if you look at this one, Breath First, first we visit here, we visit there, and this one visits there, that one visits there, and then every node has been visited, so no other testing will be done. Now, how the hell do you do a proper BFS? Oh, our minimum, yeah, and the idea is to have a minimum of 2 hours every day of streaming to work on the game dev, and yeah, now we're almost at 3 hours again. So we have a link array, which we need to just find all the links. The spell state array, so we can add more spell states to that one. And I'm wondering, should I then have a third variable, which would be which spell state is this guy messing with? Because obviously we need to know that somehow, and I don't think we can get there without an index, pretty much. Because either we'd be looking at the paths themselves, or the Oh well. The BFS is something I need to look into now. And you have a list of unvisited links in both. Only difference between DFS and BFS is that in BFS you take first added link, and in BFS you take last added. Well, Sankira, you're absolutely correct. A list of unvisited links in both, and only difference between DFS and BFS is in BFS you take the first added link, and in DFS you take the last one. You're right. So yeah, I'm building this ass backwards again, as I do. And that's why I call myself an amateur, because I am. I do my game best. Now, yeah, we have the link array, spell state array. And we need to figure that out. Give me a quick sec. There we go. Okay, so I'm doing it this ass backwards, in fact, yeah, aren't I? So if we have a list of unvisited links, right? And they all need to be referencing that one. So that means, yeah, the circle node will actually have to I'm writing this to like sort of clear my head on like what the hell I'm doing here. Now, if we all get a list of target links, right? And we got the very first depth first traversal. Then we hashtag we do the thing. And then we go to next link in list. And we're giving that same list to everyone, and they're all getting it by a reference, right? So the circle itself owns the reference, just like we have currently with the link array and the spell state array. Now, I was using the logic of seeing where the node handles is dealing with all of this. Right. So we're going to jump away from here, back to the circle here. And we'll try this one. Or Okay, so then I can see how we could have the logic of they split the spell state, and we keep on appending it the array because they have access to it if it's happening in here, in this piece of code. Now, how do we then figure out those unvisited links? So do I just go through my list of links pretty much? So let's see, we do get. Alright, well, I'm gonna have a look at this one. I need to visualize this. Sorry about that. Okay, so we have our links. We have our nodes. We have our spell states. Right? And we have a circle with nodes. Now, and all those links. Now we start with this one being the root. We do best first search. Well, then we visit that one, and we're done. We've done all of them. Now everything has been visited. So that means we have to turn off this one. We turn off our on or off some of these links so the magic will flow the way we want. Like, for example, the example we showed where we turn this one off. And that one off. So then we have one link going here. And one going here. We turn that one off. And one link going here. And one link going there. Now the links are off. We find all valid outgoing. And add them to a Right, we're gonna have to keep on sorting our linked list, aren't we? No. So targets, we do add valid links to the array, right? Then we have our target. Our target R. So we go here, right? Add valid links. We look at this one where we are now. If self equal, if to and from equals self, and link is valid, add that link to list. So if from is self and link is open, add to target array. So we go through all that. Then, activate first link or next in list and do the same thing. So we go to the next one and check what are valid. Well, there's only one valid. We add that, we append that to the end of the list. Then we go to the next link in the list, which would actually be this one. Right. Then we append that one to the list. And then the next one would be this rune now. Okay. So when we add valid links to the array, then we get the number of outgoing, and we do the split for our spell states. And because it's not having in the node but the circle itself, so we have access to the array from freaking everywhere. So we can in fact then split the spell states in number 1. So we have, SS1 and SS2 added to the array. And then this is just given as is to this one to deal with. And if this one had multiple outputs, then it would create multiples of this one. But when we're dealing with the node, it only has, because it's going through reference, so it always knows which spell state it should have gotten. And if it needs to split it, it'll split it, it'll be appended to the giant list, and we move on. Okay, I think I see it. There you go. I need these visual aids to make the logic spin in my brain all right. It's far too easy to get all confused, like what the hell am I doing? So then we'll have the unvisited links. We'll call this one the traversal array. Circle link. So the first thing we do is with the current node, which is a circle node, and or link in link array if link dot from equals current node. Oh, and here we do hashtag do the thing. So must be figure out, how does a node do what a node does? If link dot from equals current node, and link dot open equals true. Whoops. Signing again. Then traversal array dot append link. So now we always add the links in order to the end. And that's fine. They work from left to right, essentially, right now. Of course, visually we can just flip it and it's right to left, but we'll worry about that when we get there. And we do bar mount outgoing equals 0. And amount outgoing plus equals 1. Because now we can't just, count how many things we have in the traversal list, because it'll be, there might be more stuff in the list than is actually, for us to deal with. Yeah, more links there have been added than this current node has as an output. That counts the outgoing links, appends them to the list, and then current spell state spell state. If amount outgoing is greater than 1, then wait, how the fuck do I get them to know who's who? Because we're not going now and like this. So the DFS was easier because you just know it is this spell state, that guy. Whatever we add, that guy gets the spell state. But if the breadth first search, now they're we need to know who owns what, when, how, why. Because then we'll have, different spell states split with amount outgoing kind of thing. Let's look at the visual here again. So what about this one? So we got 2 amount outgoing. So we split the spell state into 1 and 2. First one goes here. It doesn't split. Second one goes here. It doesn't split. But what if it did? What if this one splits? So, number 1 went here. Number 2 goes here. Then we create 2 more. So the next one in the traversal list is this one. So how do we make sure this one gets sent there, not this one? mean, do we need to... Do we need to give them to the links? Rather than the nodes? That could make sense. You see, if we have a node, it has two outputs, right? So it copies a spell state into here and into here. But this one is also then later on in the list. So when we come activate the node isn't one who has the linked list. I mean the spell state. But it looks for... Give me a link that has a... This one has a to, not as a from. And request from that one the spell state. Do the thing. Find outgoing links. And as we append them to the list, we also add... We can't just append them. We have to append them and similarly count how many things we just added. Because what if it has 3 outputs? You see, because we can add one and then we have the second one. Oh, well, we can like refer to the previous one, divide that in half, give to this one. But what if it has a third output? Then one. Then we have to split this and this and equalize those to 3. Or should we, as we append these to the list, we have like empty spell states essentially. We add them to a list of variables, and once they've all been appended, then we split. That would be, yeah, that's the way to go. So, traversal array, append, link. And var outgoing spell state of type spell state type array of spell states traversal array dot append link outgoing spell state dot append link dot get spell state. So this way the traversal array keeps growing, but then every sort of node also gets a list of all the spell states it needs. Then we don't need the amount outgoing because we can count that from the outgoing spell states. If outgoing spell states dot size is greater than 1, current spell state dot split And I'll give you the array of outgoing spell states. So copy its values into that one. It's gonna be an interesting way, because then we can probably see. They now would have like live information, like what happens at what stage of the circle. So yeah, because we have the values going in and we have the values going out. Something happening in between. Can't explain it. The current spell state split outgoing spell states. Then the current spell state needs to be changed from current, because now we're no longer having an array of them, into an incoming spell state. We can copy var. Now we know this is a single one, because we can't have an array of shit coming in. For now, we might then change the logic here, if we want to. And before we do the thing, well, we need to get the spell state that we're doing thing 2. So you're not getting current spell states. Do we care? But might as well do it that way for now. So the incoming links. So then incoming spell state takes the value of incoming link dot get spell state. Very much in theory crafting using functions that do not exist, getting variables that are not there. Hashtag just do the thing. Now let's walk through the logic here. So breadth first search activation thing. We give it a node, where do we start from, and we give it the link coming in. And we can't do that. So maybe we should have an incoming spell states instead of a circle link. And we always give that to, you know, because we are adding in the traversal array are the links themselves. And when we activate the for link in link array, if link from equals current node and link open equals true, traversal array. Also here, then also incoming link dot open takes the value of false. So we close that link immediately. Wait, no, we don't. Oh shit. Alright, now I'm gonna. Okay. Incoming spell state from the link. Oh, we get it there. We do the thing, we do stuff to the spell state. Activate the rune, as they say. Now we have made edits to our spell state that we got from the incoming link. And then we check the link array, how many outgoing links do we have. If there's more than one, then we split our incoming spell state, which we use to do the thing, into all of the outgoing spell states. Which will make all the changes directly to the links themselves, because again, we're working through references. So now all the outgoing links have the correct edited spell things. And now we want to traverse our travel array. Did we have here? Removes and returns the first element of the array, returns null if the array is empty. So then we do while God damn it. How do I do this then? We pop front, right? Bar next target has the value of traversal array dot pop front, while next target does not equal null. Red burst search activation would be next target dot to and no, it's just next target. So we can do a current node here, var current node being a circle node as the value of incoming link dot to. There you go. Well, next target does not equal null breadth first search activation next target, followed by next target takes the value of traversal array dot pop front. I know that'll work. But I feel like we got the logic of it sort of figured out. We start with the nodes, end up with the links, and realizing, yeah, so we don't need to look at a lot of this shit. So outgoing spell states would be handy. Incoming spell state. Oh. Well, thank you very much, Ugla. 12 months! Thank you for the Prime sub. I really do appreciate it. You're very kind. And holy shit, been a year. So again, with Twitch, I guess that'll be like 11th month. So this is the 12th month. This is when we are getting that year together. Thank you very much, Ugla. I really much appreciate it. You're the man. Now, I can't really test this right now because, again, we broke everything in order to build this one. So the outgoing spell state is the spell state. We can, yeah, the outgoing spell state is just fine. Our next target here is we do traverse the target link array. Do the thing. We'll now get current node dot. What did I call it? Activate rune. Where contain rune dot activate rune spell state. Spell state. There you go. Yeah, it's better this way. Yeah, the rune container again. Pretty much it contains the rune, and maybe we'll have then information for stuff like detecting mouse presence, links, animation, that kind of stuff. That's what you do. And the links, well, they do their thing. Just activate underscore rune with the incoming spell state. Yeah, like when commentating, do the stuff with the runes and the stuff. You know? So we can remove this entire thing if we then properly move a spell state into here. Var spell state, there you go. So now the links have a variable for it. Return spell state. There you go. So you technically exist and everything. Now that's not like a little bit of repeat yourself. Like, so we can putting it in here, so we can put it in here. So this one could just be link, and then the list of outgoing links, pretty much, and they can deal with it. And then the traverse the link array. Okay, what are we doing here? For link in link arrays, so we do here find out outgoing links, outgoing valid links, and add to traversal array. Never mind, Cozy. How are you doing, Johan? I hope you're doing well. I'm doing pretty well, in fact. I need to go to the toilet pretty bad, but other than that, I'm doing good. Not append to traversal array. Hashtag if multiple outgoing links divide spell states evenly among them. Oh, I'm gonna have to rewatch this code section. Missed so much. Hey, hey, no worries. It's here and on the YouTube as well. Yeah, we ended up breaking the entire thing because I want to make the whole graph traversal. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what is the logic for traversal here. Like, because I was sending like I was too focused on the nodes, I guess, and thinking I would send the spell state there and then to the next one, and I'm realizing no, it's the links who need to care about the spell states. The nodes, the rune containers in between, well, they just do their thing because they read the value from the incoming. And based on that one, they edit the value in the outgoing. And so on and so forth. Which... Okay. Well, breaking everything is on par for the course. Absolutely, yes. Because the earlier, like, magic circles were hard-coded, so that was a bit problematic because that means we can't build them. They weren't, modular and changeable as I wanted everything to be in here. And so now we're using sort of graph theory to build a better logic for traversing the thing. We have a little circle points math here, which I'm pretty sure should work to be able to place multiple circles, multiple points equidistant from each other on a circle, so we can have those, procedurally generated visuals for it. Now, and then we tested the logic for the creating our nodes and our links, which worked. But how do we traverse the graph? Now, we're first thinking about going depth first search, but then Sankira had a very good point that the breadth first one would be better. And I realized, yes, it would, wouldn't it? So now I'm just trying to figure this all out, and I realized that when I created that spell state into its own class object, which was, on the to-do list for a while now, that means also that all the runes that we have, which we knew worked, no longer work, because they're all editing a dictionary that doesn't exist. Oh, the old man is snoring. Very cute. So current known activate rune incoming spell state. Our outgoing spell states array is a good idea, because we don't know how many there are. And because we're doing a breadth first search, we can't just calculate, hey, well, how many links do I have in the list of the traversal list, because it'll just keep on growing. For a depth first one, it's easier because we only care about what that specific link node connects to, but a breadth first one, well, it kind of grows. And that way, yeah, it's better to have the information then stored in the links rather than the nodes, because then we can just ask, a link that led to where we are, like, hey, yo, what's the spell state? Then this, here you go. We do the math, and we ask, well, how many outgoings do we have? Well, we have 3. Okay, cool. We have the value we have. Split that into 3 and put it evenly into all of those. And the question is, yeah, so, but where does this splitting happen? Currently, we have this fictional split thing here. Now I have the incoming links and get spell states, so the entire thing might be removed eventually because we're only looking at it here to activate the rune, which means we can just move that one to, incoming link Ooh. Yeah, we can't do that, can we? Yeah, we'll have to like change the logic here. I added master commentary, like find outgoing valid links, append the traversal array, do the thing with the runes and the stuff, you know. That's very important, so it's very logical what's happening here. So now I'm realizing, well, if I want to change the outgoing value, but I want the incoming value to remain the same, so that we can then have, you know, maybe have them all visualized, so we can see the logic flow through the magic, through the array, then we don't actually want to make any changes in the incoming spell state. Which means, where do we write it then? So I don't want the rune to care. But we could change that activate rune does in fact not do the changes in the input, but it actually just gives out an output. So we could in that way have a var for, let's call it our temp spell state of our brand new spell state class, and then temp underscore spell state takes the value of whatever head comes out from there. Then we go to our rune base. We change that from void to spell state. And thanks to that having a return value, we can remove that kind of shit. So if you have just a base rune that does nothing, it'll just return thoughts. Duplicate. A copy of the original, because again, we want them to be separate. Okay, we're getting there. Okay, yeah, I see it now. Pretty sure I fucking saved it. That is not true anymore, friendo. Oh well. So then we have that saved inside our temp spell state. So then our temp spell state is what we hear split into the outgoing spell states, because that would make sense, because the temp spell state only exists during this time, and once we're done with this loop, it will the automatic garbage disposal gets to get rid of it as well. So we duplicate it into this instance of us going through the rune activation, followed by we place it inside, we copy into as many outgoing spell states as we have. Yeah, okay, I see that. We give it an array, and then our spell state class will be able to then, with split, check how many of them are there, and create and edit those, because they already exist inside the links themselves. So we're just editing them. And then when we're done in here, then that gets deleted. Deleted, makeated. Then we traverse the target link array, where next target equals traversal array pop front, and then while next target does not equal null, breadth first search activation is the next target, and which we simply give the link itself, the circle link or incoming link. And then we go, and this way, because the breadth first search, we always keep on appending to the list, so we'll go through all the links from the first node. Yeah, like a tree traversal, yeah, will be then. Yeah, go through that in a nice and logical fashion. Yeah, I like that. Thanks again, Skiro. Thanks for pointing out that the BFS is better, and also like just explaining what's the difference. I had forgotten. Ooh, fucking amazing. Now, current node activate rune. Okay, that is very true. We do the wrong way around, because if we do into current node, which would be the circle node, so I fix the wrong thing, and you return. Spell state. Now we just return the value of contain rune activate rune spell state. Now, feels silly at this point to have a class that it's just this, but at the same time, it is a very good one to have. Also, because visited the bool no longer node doesn't matter, because yes, the links. Now I'm understanding why people were like emphasizing the importance of links over node yesterday. Took me a while, but I got there. So this one doesn't matter at all, because we're just looking at the links. Now, as far as I know, this doesn't matter at this point. We'll have to... okay, I want the looping to be possible. So yeah. Okay. Yeah. We're gonna find ways that I can't even comprehend for breaking this shit. But it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be good. Temp spell state, current mode, activate rune, incoming spell state. So that is the whole temp state thing. And then the whole split logic needs to be put in. We'll have to put that into the spell state logic itself, which is pretty handy, because then we don't worry about that one too much. We'll have to add a similar logic into the waste things. And of course, yes, because I was considering the fact that we want to somehow measure the amount of power going through each link, so we can have a potential of burning. When voltage gets too high, there's a short fuse. It breaks. It shorts. It burns out. Now we can do that because every link knows exactly the amount of power going through it. Hell yeah. And every time we then travel through a link, we can then add more complexity later. Now I'm just like theory crafting here, because I wanted it to be able to do like some Hail Mary attacks where you make an attack. And even in short fuses, it'll activate at least once. And then the links themselves can now have the information needed to have a material-based, like maximum conductivity kind of information. And to minimum access, damn shit. Just have seen that there is a Twitch stream from German police station playing a Souls-like. Now I've seen everything. Bum, bum, bum. Well, I hope they're having fun. They're the German police. Yeah, I mean, then again, that is actually not surprising at all. That is actually a very good idea from the police, because it is a humanizing action and opens up more pathways for the youngsters and kids to have easier access to the police. It's why they do a lot of these like chat rooms and other things where police officers visit schools and have Twitch streams and so on, because one of the big problems is that a lot of popular media is painting the popo in a bad way. Which means not everything that should get reported is getting reported. So you want to normalize and give people easy access to, report crimes and be more comfortable doing that. I also love the idea. Yeah. That's a really good idea, actually. Yeah. DNR is absolutely being broken here, but I don't give a shit. Oh, and of course, so if outgoing spell state is greater than 1, we do the split. So now we don't actually do that at all. We don't give a shit. We always do temp spell state, the split, because even if it has a single one in there, it'll put it there. Now the thing is, we have no way of detecting when we're done. Other than we ran out of links. So it'll run and then it's done. But how do we know? We should say we need to an attack from... Yeah, okay. Yeah, the projection runes will then have to have a logic. Yeah. But how do they know? We'll have to have it here in the breadth first search. If outgoing links equals 0, then append spell state to... Yeah, there we go. See? I found the solution already. Because here, for link in link array, if link from equals no, current node and link open equals true. Yeah, the link open equals true is good. Yeah, and the visited nodes could be handy for some logic, but for this one, now we'll do hash see, now we're adding commentary because I'm doing something that isn't clearly directly obvious for me. So now I'm like adding all commentary inside the function, building an ugly big thing that hopefully will work so we can make it more elegant later. And now I want it to be very clear, like why is whatever is in there. Especially when you're doing anything that has any kind of, recursion thing, it's very important to add logic that makes sense. Wait, why am I doing this as a recursion, actually? I don't need that at all. Right? All I need is this loop. Not even that. Stop assigning shit in here. We do current node has the value of your mama. And while incoming link does not equal null, do all of this. What the fuck am I doing? This one. Next underscore target. And here var next underscore target has the value of incoming link. Incoming next target equals pop front. No, I don't. Just iterate over open links array. Yeah. That's the thing. That was, again, a logical error, because when I was thinking of the DFS thing, I was reminded of when I built it years ago in C for linked list tree traversal, and for that one I built it in a recursive fashion. But for this one, because we don't want it to be recursive, because we want it all to happen here, so we have all access to all these arrays from here, we're just iterating through the nonsense. So if outgoing links equals 0, append spell state to circle state array. So if the traversal array might still have links in it, but the outgoing spell state, which is the way we're effectively also then identifying how many things they're leaving from this node in particular. If outgoing spell states dot size is less than or equal to 0, then what do you call it? Spell state array dot append the temp spell state. Else do this thing. So next target, traverse array pop front. So all the way down here, then we just pop from the front. Do the next one. Now, I don't know if we can just rewrite into this one, but I don't like having the sort of incoming variable to be something we write into and save stuff into. That's why we have here next target equals incoming link to start with, and then we loop through here. I don't know if we could have incoming link. Could we pop front into incoming link? Who knows? Maybe. I'm not going to find out. So next target should also then be walk into a circle jerk. Circle link. There we go. Now let's walk through this. So while next target does not equal null, current mode equals incoming link to incoming spell state equals incoming link dot get spell state. Do the thing with the runes and stuff, you know, and which is temp spell state takes the value of current node activate rune with the incoming spell state. And yes, a lot of repetition. This is not meant to be good code at this point. It is meant to just get it to work. Then we have temp spell state. Then find outgoing valid links and append to traversal array for link in link array if link dot from equals current node. Is, you know, way we can also, so we can replace that with incoming link 2, but that's fine. For now, it's works current node, and link dot open equals true, because that's the, you know, easiest way we can, because for the whole crafting thing, people can turn them on and off. Then traversal array dot append link, which we have to create just found, and outgoing spell states dot append link get spell state. Yeah, so we don't care about the link outgoing at that point, other than that one, because you know it itself has already been appended. Then only the spell states going out from here. And if that list is empty, we can do that. Slightly more clear. If outgoing spell state is empty, and spell state array dot append temp spell state, which we have just created here when we did it with the rune. So this should, in theory, be at a point where we are, you know, we have an actual like projection has happened. But if we're just producing waste, well, even that as well needs to now go into the temp spell state, so we can then calculate, or into our array, so we can calculate what happens at the end. And currently this one can't handle loops, which is fine. We'll have to add a separate logic for identifying loops. And because we don't want an infinite loop, we don't just want to know that it exists. And then we can do a simple calculation of, you know, like, well, what does that equal? And then we'll assume that just keeps on happening. Okay, so just like we're gonna calculate through the entire list only once, or like whenever a change happens to the runes in the circle array, or something external forces us to check it, like, you know, an environmental debuff or something, then we calculate what is our current attack state. And then we save that, and that is why we have the final attack. That's what we call it here for the attack base. So when we're actually doing attacks in-game, we only call into this one, and then we can have a sort of another function, because when we then add a way for the links themselves to become stressed, we can then also have a simple enough logic to like just maintain a list of numbers that has like their current stress, maximum stress, and if their current stress goes, you know, above maximum stress, then we turn them from open to close and added like an animation line for like burnt out, so something happens, sparkles or whatever. And it could be that that doesn't actually break the circle completely. It just means like one part of it no longer works. And maybe in the future we'll have then nodes with their own logic, where then you can have like an emergency fuse. Like if this one breaks, well then use the other output. It's an either or kind of thing. Currently we're building with the logic of, you know, it evenly goes everywhere. We can have an either or. A switching logic that goes back and forth for every time you attack, then you switch between like fire, ice, that kind of thing. To add more complexity to your attacks without stressing the the substrate, the actual materials of the circle itself, that kind of shit is what I would like to see. But for our most simple shit, this should work. But we can't test it, which sucks. Because we're gonna have to fix the runes we just broke in order to make this work. Like this one. So now we look at runes and power source. Spell state is now a spell state, and we return a spell state, and it has to be a duplicate. If total power is greater than 1, we do input power on the match to total power. Then another quick copy on that one. Oh yeah, and then we need to have add a new logic for the input. Like we have like I think we might be easiest if we create like one false link or like a virtual link that leads into the root node. Thank you, WolfWareDev, for that follow. I really do appreciate it. And I hope you have a wonderful day, my friend. So spell state, raw power, add power, input power. So we can do... Now, raw power is an elemental power. So if we look at the spell state that we built here, do func, add raw power for now. Something that will kind of shittily work, because now we need to look into these. We do add raw power. What's your output? Nothing for now. What do you do? We then do just... We do new underscore raw underscore power. So that is still an elemental power. We're just changing the language a little bit, and then inside, and we make shape. We look at our power source. I have the flu and I have been snowed in for a week. Ooh, that sucks. At least I got cool fellow devs to distract me from the 10 millionth sneeze. Well, glad to have helped, my friend. Very much an amateur. Hope you don't cringe too much. I've only made these like 3-hour minigame thingies for, well, like, you know, because the past year I tried to do every weekend, did not succeed every weekend, or I couldn't make it every weekend. I tried, because there's these weekly game jam called the Try Jam. I did mine on Sundays, and where you have 3 hours to make a game. It was an excellent way to learn about, you know, really like simple basics in Godot, and forcing myself to really focus on what is the core of the game that I'm trying to work on here. And then this year, I decided to start a long-term project on an idea that's been stuck in my head for years, which is a sort of crafting system with runic magic. You put in your runes in a runic circle, and then magic comes out. And magic in this situation will be attacks, because with the core, then the battle game would be like Brotato or Vampire Survivors, like, well, waves of enemies. You mow them down, you collect resources. You have an X amount of time to do it, and in between runs, which is leans more towards Brotato than Vampire Survivors, is when you can work on your build. Move some rune around, unlock more progression, get better runes, get better circles, more nodes, more complications. So I'm calling it sort of instead of hard sci-fi, but hard high fantasy. Okay, if input total is more than that, then we return spell state dot new dot add raw power Input power. Ooh, you are an elemental power. So if we... Yeah, the whole power source thing needs to also be worked on. Can we get a return value to call... Of course, to add raw power because it returns void. We do var new spell state add the value of spell state new return something like that. Yeah, here we create a new spell state. Return the new spell state so we don't fuck around with the old spell states. Which is perfect for a power source. I want the activate rune to be from the base, so all runes can be, regardless of rune, will be activated from the container in the same way. We just give them the spell state, they'll do their thing. Then we'll have the filtration class, which will be a little more tricky, possibly. We do the set filtration. Power dict. Buzz, I know. Hello there, Doom Wretch. Hope you're doing well. Not seeing you around. Oh, my 2-hour game dev is already almost at 4 hours. Got a little carried away again. That's okay. So for here one, yeah. We do var new I'll copy these. Just to make some simple ugly kind of functional, so we do wait, no. I don't know. We shave, we jump back here. Now, activate rune, spell state filtration, and you return a spell state. We do new power, no, new spell state type. Spell state equals. Yeah, no, there's other way to do this, but I like having things very explicitly typed. And we return new spell state. So we will create the new spell state, but with the set filtration, so it does whatever that needs to do. And then we have here the filter dictionary we'll get from the filtration itself. Right, because we're using an elemental power for this one. Yeah, okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. Then we have the power dictionary, which we create from spell state raw power elements. So this would be, in fact, from dot power. Same one would work here. Dot power. You do the thing. And God damn it. Power goes there. And that waste goes there. I think that should kind of work. Poe would not work, so get power. So that is why we don't like to do things this way with direct. I want to have setters and getters. We'll get there. Magic spells. It's true. Doomrat Sun was creating magic. Well, hopefully. I'm creating something. And the projection class itself. Spell state. And you return a spell state. New spell state. Attack base. New attack bases contain attack button we put there from spell state. The incoming one. And set attack parameters. Spell state. Yeah, a lot of ugly shit that hopefully kind of works. With a war, if continue, we do that, then we return new spell state. Once we get all the way to the end here, we'll return new spell state. That one gets the attack state. Right. New attack, attack power dictionary. Dot power upward. So yeah, that's why I want to get power once. We'll streamline this at a later point in time. Right now we're gonna just see if we can figure out something that kind of works. Yeah, these are mucking about with the attack thing, then spell state, raw power. Power and its new spell state. And then the new spell state gets that one and new spell state dot waste new. Okay, it looks like it could kind of maybe work. Well, hello there, Yumi Bomber. Hope you're doing well. Working on a new game? Yeah. Started to do a sort of long-term game project this year. I was supposed to do my little minimum 2 hours per day. We've gone over 4 hours already. That's okay. And now we're looking at what we got here. We got our... buckets. Damned. I need a new keyboard. The buttons keep on coming off. As annoying was, I only have a left control left. It looks like it should kinda work. Now we'll look at our circle base again. Now the breath first activation would be running through the entire system and then putting stuff into our spell state array. Now the problem is, of course, no circle exists currently. Lizard. Heckin' lizards. Okay. Now, in order to then continue to test this, we would then to make the actual UI thing that, so we can put things in and out of the containers. Then we can continue testing with the runes. But at least we did some kind of half-assery there, which means it might be able to be repairable. I mean, you know, he maybe repaired something. Chances are not too high. Heckin' lizard. Ain't wrong, man. So now we then decide to create a true and proper circle, like research, because this is then supposed to be the script. We have the export variable for the circle size, sprites, name. So what do we create one? I think that would be the next step, is now making a UI where we can make use of our set circle point. Then we can see if we can make the sort of rune objects, make them like click and drag, so we can put them in the containers. And then we need to be, because we don't really care about the activation system just yet, because we can't really test it without hard coding shit. And now I'm at the point where I really don't want to hard code shit in here anymore. And what kind of game this? Hello there, Sekras. Hope you're doing well. Is this new Godot? No, it is old Godot. It is 4.3, and I think the new one is 4.6, and I just haven't gotten my shit together to upgrade yet. I was Lizard. It's a wizard game. Yes, you got a wizard, Harry. Well, the idea is, because we made this on the very first day, you know, I've been doing my 3D. Okay, because if I press F6 now, it's just going to crash. Pretty sure about that. Yeah, there we go. Oh, here we go. Invalid call, non-existent function, get rune array. That's very true. Yeah, we broke a lot of shit here in order to make a better rune array. The very first day, I made a little dude who will not be actually featured in the game at all, out of polygons. But the idea is that eventually we'll have a like Brotato type wave battler. Essentially, I'm hoping to add more complexity than just that and actually have a sort of adventuring thing. But the idea is, narratively, you're a wizard. You created your like magical mech golem thing, and you inscribed it with magical circles to have attacks, and you send it through the multiverse into other realms of elemental magics and things to, well, just harvest the locals for resources, as one does as a magical colonial. And that's why because rather than having the progression be linked to like shops and random upgrades that like you have in Brotato, you have the shop thing in between. In Vampire Survivors, you know, you run and you find chests, you get random upgrades. I want this to be more like engineering focused, so we took strong inspiration from Noita, but instead of having like pre-made spells, like here's a fireball, here's an explosion, here's a triple cast, and here's a bolt with a trigger. They're like, well, how do you make the actual bolt itself, the fireball? So we have a rune that will function as a power source. There'll be then different kinds. Currently, we're just testing, but then we'll just give out like just environmental magic, which would then be evenly distributed, at least you know base reality. And then we have the next rune would be a filtration rune, which filters forth to, like, say, a desired element. We're currently testing with just the Western 4 of water, fire, air, earth. I'm hoping to add some more complexity and interactions there. But then, it filters out your fire magic. And then you have a projection rune for your basic 3 rune array, where we choose, well, what kind of projection, what kind of shape does your attack have? Is it a bolt? Is it a beam? Is it an area of effect? Which could also be, which is effectively what an explosion is. So if you do a bolt, you shoot a firebolt. If you do a beam, well, you shoot a fiery beam. If you just directly cast an explosion, you're going to blow yourself up. Because I want the player to be able to do interesting and cool combinations, but I also want to give them all the tools they need to really fuck up. And I think it'd be hilarious. You cast, I made this cool explosion spell. Then you just blew up, just in bits. Lost everything. And why we're using golems instead of the initial wizard is because I wanted a narrative explanation for why our character doesn't die, in case you get killed mid-run. Rather, you're harvesting your resources. Some of them you need, some of them are more better for trading, so there will be like an NPC trading thing. And then you upgrade, you make better mechs, you have your loadouts, and then you can design those that are more suited for different kinds of environments. Like, we want to go into the elemental planes that are filled with ice and darkness kind of things, so icy caves. So you have your loadouts that is better suited for that kind of information. And I would then eventually want maps that are procedurally generated, and we can have certain enemy types react to, when they're spawning in, they're reacting to what kind of environment they're spawning into. So you'll have like your basic slime, but they're for fire slimes, water slimes, whatever. Maybe a combination of multiple elements. So there's going to be I'm hoping for a lot of procedural generation in the maps. Also because I personally find that procedurally generated maps for this kind of content are better than handcrafted ones, because they allow for more replayability. So it makes it more interesting when you don't already know where all the best things are. Things will always be slightly different. And then you have a limited amount of time in the plane where you're sort of invading essentially, and you're trying to just harvest the locals as much as you can. You'll have a limited inventory, so you want to choose the best bits. And then as you progress, you get better inventory systems, you'll have better magic, you'll have more durable, magical mech robots, that kind of stuff. Sounds out? Ooh, well, yeah, that's doing it for me. Oh, I'm glad you like it. He said he can summon ducks. He got me sold. Yeah, magical accidents are fun. Yeah, exactly, Doomrush. It's similar to like Noita, because there is the explosion spell, and you can literally do it. You can I will just cast explosion, and you just explode into bits. So you want to make sure you have that in a container, which we built not too long ago. We'll have to rebuild it when we get shit working. And make sure that it's in a container spell, so it happens, from a distance. But the AoE, which can be an explosion, will also be the basis for creating, say, a shield. So you want then a loop that keeps on casting itself again and again, and it then is filtered to be a, say, fire, and then you have a fiery shield instead of a fiery explosion. So we'll have these kinds of effects, hopefully. It's nice to have it all thought out. But like I said, it's an idea that's been sticking, running around in the head for a few years. And it's mostly based on the whole runic magic crafting concept that I really want to try. And so far we've built, in my opinion, a acceptably functional thing which we can see here, which was just the proof of concept. So it kind of works. Now we're trying to make the actual circle magic itself work and trying to make it procedurally expandable and so on. So when we just still essentially building the plumbing of the house before we actually add all the better walls and decorations and make it, look nice. So far, this version will be, I'm doing it in the version of Godot, where you can choose what kind of game you're making to make it the most, to be optimized for the simplest graphics and so on. So it'll be essentially a browser game. But the idea is to turn this into an actual proper game. So at some point, I'm going to have to then upgrade Godot and then port the entire thing into a new, medium quality thing. The graphics, I'm still thinking, we will be remaining 2D because, I like pixel art pretty much so far. Maybe it will change. But I'm thinking either top-down or isometric. And I think isometric could be fun. Because top down, I mean, straight top down is always awkward. So it'll be 2.5 or like isometric. We'll probably have to go for an isometric one because you have a better view of the map, what is happening, and seeing as there will be explosions, there will be swarms of enemies, there'll be powerful ones. So having a sort of the slightly larger view you get with an isometric view should be helpful. I've had similar thoughts on magic when I was thinking about writing a story. Yeah, Doomrush. Yeah, the runic magic system and like thinking how actually things work is a really fascinating idea and concept. And I'm really happy. I've lately been playing a lot of Stationeers and other engineering games that I sort of like help me like figure out like, okay, cool, yeah, we can do all this and that. And like, now, how about just like in Stationeers, like electrical wires can like, they burn out because there's too much power going through them. How about the runic circle itself can also short fuse because you force in too much power at once, you know? So they'll have a heat thing, and like our cooldown is determined by how efficiently you built everything, because there will be like waste magic, because none of our filters, nothing will be 100% efficient. Everything creates some kind of waste, and all that power running through the conduits will stress the conduits themselves. So that's what I'm sort of hoping for. Let's see if it works out. So far, the idea seems fun. Will it turn out to be a fun game? Well, we'll find out together. Magical engineering. Yeah. I've said it a few times now, but yeah, I like the sort of thinking of it as, you know, that high fantasy and low fantasy. You know, low fantasy realistic, high fantasy with magic and all that stuff. But also then there's hard and soft sci-fi, where soft sci-fi is like, oh, it's mega tech. Essentially just hand-wavy magic of technology. Hard sci-fi, there's hard rules and these are followed. So we're going like hard high fantasy, where there's like, these are the rules, they will be followed, but there is magic and all this stuff. But nothing's hand-waved. Everything must make sense. Because I'm hoping to use the same sort of runic circle method that the player will be using will also be used to design every single enemy attack as well. So everything you do and see in the game will be like real, like something you can create yourself. Except maybe some like physical attacks. But every magical thing you encounter is reproducible, in theory at least. What I'm hoping to make. Maybe you'll be mowing down zombies with fireballs in the end, you know. We'll see how it all ends up going. So this is the idea of doing this for this year. Now, we did the projection. We got our... Let's look at our goals for today. What have we actually gotten done? This is me explaining things. Here's our goals for today. Redesign the circle logic. Adding graph theory. Well, we added that. Depth first, search traversal. No, we're going with breadth first. But otherwise, yes. The array for nodes. Nodes need their own class. Well, yes, yes. Array for links and their own class. Yes, yes. Spell state class. Well, we've done that one. So I'd say we have redesigned the thing. So our goals are pretty much done. And for us to be able to test this further, the next point will be designing a UI, because I want to be able to click and drag things for testing and other reasons. So it'll take a few more sessions before we can actually see the spells in action, like in the game. But we're going to build a UI, and I want to be able to then drag the runes into the UI, like from a list of here's your inventory of runes, here's your circle, and then I can, you know, click and drag, because I wanna. And then on the right, like similar to the old UI, we'll have then a list of numbers, and then we put in the things, and things change. And we have the links, so we'll try to do the animation for those, not final animation, but just so that, you know, if a link is open and viable, it'll like light up. Otherwise, it'll turn dark. And if it's close, it'll turn gray, kind of thing. Sound fantastic? I'm glad you like it, Yumi. It'd be interesting then when we get to like proper animation and all that, because I want the attacks themselves to be then procedurally generated like graphically, so that it's up to the player what kind of interesting crossplay you get happening. Like, see, you make an explosion of steam, but it's also combined with an electrical attack, and suddenly you electrify the steam, kind of thing. You know, that's the sort of like creates the tools, make it as procedural and modular as possible, so the players can themselves create all these cool things, and will force me to then eventually like just nerf shit. That's the dream, you know? Like, oh no, I made them too powerful. Because it's always tragic if you make a game that has all these different ways to do things and people find like there's this one meta and everyone does the same thing. And it's like, no, just do all it. Try out shit, you know, summon explosive ducks and stuff, you know, don't everyone do the fireball. And so on. And yeah. And then we'll get to, you know, there'll have to be some kind of writing, some kind of story, or however loose, you know, vague of, oh no, you have your student debts, thus I have to harvest all these locals from other dimensions. Because, you know, wizard school ain't cheap. You know, we're gonna start with something like as silly as that. And I had requests for like, what could there be like base upgrades and so on. I'm thinking, you know, why not? We'll add a little Stardew Valley that happens between your murderous sprees and the other dimensions where you have to like build up your house and your little workshop where you build your mechs and you spend them in the other dimensions. You know, it's Stardew Valley, but instead of farming, it's war crimes. You know? But it's in other dimensions, so it's okay, you know? Separate realities, separate rules. It's fine. You know, they're elemental creatures. Were they ever truly even alive? And if this works out as well as I hope, this also means that the entire like runic crafting system logic idea works. Because I do have other ideas, other kinds of games, other things with that are all based on like the logic of the rune magic, and we can do like a more cozy game with runic magic. You're a wizard, and you've moved into a big city, and now you have to like start your shop and craft things for people because they want. Oh no, I need a heating plate for my kitchen. And then it's up to you to figure out, well, how do you make that happen? And then you have to design the thing with the resources you have available and sell it and try to make some profit. So you have like an actual shop and you actually have to do some engineering to figure it all out. And as the game progresses, you unlock, you know, better runes, you can get more money, you can get better materials, and then you can maybe do the heating plates, you know, figure out how you can make those cheaper and make more profit. I mean, there's so many things that there are a few things that I've imagined that could be interesting and fun to try out in combination with the whole rune crafting logic, because the way I'm envisioning it, at least, is something I personally haven't seen much in games. Usually when there's some kind of magic combinations, always with like, you know, fireballs or this, like so much is pre-made and predetermined. So I'm hoping to just go really granular. You know, low-level magic coding. But I think we got this worked, so... Because here's the old crafting menu, which we can... Well, this entire thing is going to get deleted. So we could create a new scene. User interface. Scene name. We'll call it just the rune menu, circle menu. Because these are now turning into the forms they'll most likely will be holding from here on out. Because this one was just testing. Conceptual testing. Now we're approaching actual forms, which will need an actual work. So the circle menu. Fantastic. I'm so here for this. I'm just cooking brekkie lurking. Yeah, well, before we get there, it's gonna take a while, you know, before we get anywhere close to any of that. So right now it's like, can I even make like a simple pew attack? Now, for the circle menu, now we could make the root node be an actual panel, but... Or should we actually? We could have not a base class for GUI containers, but we don't want that one. How about we... I think we control this displays a style box, because we could just have a basic panel here, or a 9-patch rectangle. Change type from control to panel, because it inherits all that shit, so there we go. So let's make it just a full screen menu essentially, because here if we press F6... Oh, will the game crash? I wonder. No, good. Because there's no... happening. I believe in you. Well, thank you, Yumi. I appreciate it. I'm just wondering, like, how do we make all of this work? Because this will have to be a... square, because we want a circle to fit inside. J2D positioning. Perfect. We do F2. Circle middle. Circle panel. Lid. Yeah, that looks a bit to be about in the middle. Perfect. Just, it's just essentially vector 2, but visually marked. And then we'll have well, he'll need some code for you, no matter what. That's fine. Now here's a question. How do we visualize these things, yeah? I think we're actually going to have to make the container have its own, entirely own scene. I mean, the links, absolutely, so we can get the animation to work. And then the scene itself. But I want the lines to be in existence even without the scene. Yes. So, now to make a couple of more scenes. So we'll do this one simply called the circle line. And this one, the circle node. I'll zoom on here because this is the 0 point. Add a child node. We're going to want you know what? For now, just colored rectangle. Now, your layout, transform. No, that'll be enough for... You can make something... There we go. Nice and fun. Perfect. So the circle node will now have a... Oh, not perfect at all, my bad. There, now it's more properly centered. I'll save that one. And you're gonna need a piece of code, I think. Or will you? You'll need one eventually, if not for these super simple tests we're gonna make. Now, the circle line has a problem. But how do we figure that one out? Because I'm not sure. How do I draw a line between 2 points? Especially with an animational thing. That's what they kept with an emotional thing, animational thing. But let's see if we can just muck about with this here thing. I'm gonna make you that big. Wait. The thing is, that is point 0. Now, if I move you around, point 0 remains there. So if I then move that grid, and we save that there, coloration will be slightly more blue, I think. But no idea if this will work. We're gonna find out together. Go to the circle menu. Here we add references to the circle line. Now the circle node. Now, when you're ready, let's see if we can make a... So if we create a new base, circle base, so we're not even getting the proper, resource, the object we need to create with all the information in the inspector. We'll just try to make one of these with 5 of those. Now, we do bar circle of type circle base and equals circle base dots new. Now it comes into existence, it'll create a new magical circle. In ready, we'll also need you. And then we can in var node underscore locations is an array of vector 2, and in ready then node locations takes in the value of circle dot set circle points. Center point being circle middle dot global position. Radius being $30. Point amount, we do circle dot circle size. And then for node in node location. So for each vector 2, we do a var new node, takes the value of a circle node, instantiate new node dot global position equals node, and then circle middle dot add sibling of new node. Save. Do we get an explosion? No. We do have one of those there. Circle menu, circle panel. In fact, we have quite a few. So, there we go. Position is 3, 2, 9. So we stop, and we try again. There you go. So what is your value? 39227. Node locations. They're all identical. So there's something wrong here. For index in range point mount, our angle equals 1 divided by floats, point to mount times tau x r y plus radius times sin. xy. And we should work with code. We had 5 of those. I mean, the angle never changes. There's no point in this being inside the for loop, to be honest. So, look at the circle menu. The var circle radius float equals so 30 was not enough to be in any way visible. Interesting. So could that be? I think that was a problem. Yeah. F6. There we go. And now, fucking shit works. Kind. No, it works perfectly. You see, because the right is the orientation here. So how would that change? Why 0 point to the right? Well, that's something we can figure out. Now we'll look at the circle menu. So now we have these for node and node locations. And we have the links between the nodes, right? So how do we draw all those lines? Should the nodes know their own locations? Do they care? Yes. Yes, they should, because that would make, if nothing else, life easier for the whole animation part. We could just ask the node, like, hey, yo, put your shit there. And it'll pop in here. The radius of whatever we got right now seems to be kind of acceptable. I would like to figure out how to change the rotation, but that is for another point in time. Right now, we want to make a little change here. Of course, we can use set circle points. So we do... I don't want to make changes to that function because it freaking works. So we're going to assign node positions. Now what we do here is we call set circle point with a vector 2 dot freaking 0 radius of, I do believe we had 300, 200, followed by a circle size. Then we do var node underscore location underscore array, takes the value of that shit. Array of the type vector 2. Maybe the node location array should actually be here, because then we can cross-reference our nodes and their name. Yeah, because then the circle can worry about that. The nodes themselves don't need to give a shit about where they actually are. Heck yeah. Much better that way. So we copy that entire thing and we slap it in there. And before the code gets too angry, we do that. So we create the circle. We assign node positions, where we just do shit by that, and then we have locations. Ooh. But we wanted to where are we drawing this thing? So the only one we really care about would be the center point being a vector 2. So center point is given here, and then inside our init here, this is exactly what we should be doing this, where we have a center underscore point. No, not in the init, because we create it, then we call things in the circle menu. So node locations set. Yeah, so by this point, you've been created. You've done your thing. So we do circle dot assign node positions with a circle middle dot global position. Wham. Oh. Save the changes, and it works again. So now the circle has the node positional array, and we can use that for this one to draw them in, and then we can use the same one to find where to draw the lines. But that might be another day. It's been almost 5 hours, and I now desperately need to go to that toilet that I was supposed to go to like 3 hours ago. So I'll leave you all up with the BRB scene, and I'll be right back. I returned, and I guess it's time for me to make a poll. Yeah, this stuff kind of works, but we got to try to get some gaming done as well today. So there it is. Where is it? Oh, question. Be the game of the day. So, games that I have going on, we have one being Dwarf Fortress, one being Void Stranger, Stationeer is always fun. My winter car and workers and resources. And I have some coffee coming up because I'm a little cold. So there we go. So, Twitch side, there is a poll happening. In case we can't come to a decent conclusion, then I'll make my own choice. I might also will be the tiebreaker. And sorry, YouTube, I don't really have the capability to make a poll on your side. Tragic, unfair, I know. Hopefully we can find a way through this together. But while the poll is happening, I will once again be right back because I'm gonna pop down and make myself a little bit of coffee. A bit nippy. We went to the backyard, let the dogs out to piss as well. So, see you soon. Hello. Now, I have returned once more. And I find that 10-minute poll is a lot longer than I was expecting. So, and I'm like just gonna click here and see what's happening here. Ooh. We got 2 votes already on workers and resources winning. Well, sure, why not? It's a fun enough game. And to do that, there it is. I'm going to end the poll early. And yes, we have a very clear winner with workers and resources. Hey, Max, I don't know what I voted, but it sounds interesting. Yeah, it is a city management game. Think like City Skylines, except it's very communist. And it's a fun one. Now, where is my... Oh, jump into OBS, and then I'm gonna first make sure it's all saved. There we go. And then we change scene there. Okay, happy with that. I'm glad you feel that way. There we go, and then we close that one. Open up Steam here in the background. And there it is. Now we're gonna have to then close the stream and restart it over on the YouTube side, because YouTube is funny that way. We can't change categories mid-stream. You have to change the entire stream. So first we go here. Workers and resources of the Soviet Republic. And come up with there we go. Come up with a witty title here. Like works in resource realistic difficulty. We copy there. And so I will now end the stream over on the YouTube side so that we can jump on and change category. We'll even do this. So it's sort of narratively makes sense. And so we'll be restarting in just a sec. So I'll see you soon.